Welcome, everyone, to this May 23rd special meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Trinity County Planning Commission. Would you please join me and Supervisor Frazier leads us to the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. So I can't remember how long it's been since these two groups have come together like this, but it hasn't happened since I've been paying attention anyway. So I would like, before we just jump into the agenda, is if we could just go around and do quick introductions. Everybody, at least as we're working together today, we can put names with faces. Don?
Don Ellis, and I'm with District 4.
Carol Fall, Planning Commissioner for District 1.
Ed Presley, Deputy Director of Community Development.
Trent Adele, Trinity County CAO.
Dan Frazier, Supervisor, District 5.
Jill Cox, Supervisor for District 2.
And Rick Lutweiler, Supervisor for District 1.
William Gogan, Supervisor, District 3.
Heidi Carpenter Harris, Supervisor, District 4.
Ashley Piker, Deputy Clerk of the Board.
Brian Gibbons, Project Manager for the consultant team.
Martha Miller, part of the consultant team.
Hello. Yep. Bella Hedke, Senior Planner for the Planning Division.
Amelia Flights, Planning Commissioner for District 2.
Great. And did we have any planning commissioners attending via Zoom or anything? Do we know? Okay. All right. All right. Well, just to set the stage today, the consultant team has pulled together a very extensive presentation, and the focus of our discussion today is education. So we're not trying to make decisions. We're not really taking input on any kind of zoning that will take place later. We're just here to learn. So what has been arranged is that the presentation is broken up into a number of different sections. And as the consultant team takes those through us, then there will be a slide that says questions. And at that point, we will actually go first to the public. And we're only going to allow 1 minute because this isn't really public comment, it's a question. So if you have a question that, hey, I really want to better understand something, we're allowing a minute for that, but we want to keep things moving because there really is a lot of content here. Then we'll go to the planning commissioners for their questions, and then finally with the board. And that's how we'll move forward. And anything else you'd like to say as we get started, Trent, or?
No.
Okay, we'll turn it over. Thank you.
Perfect. For the presentation to come up. That's starting. What I'll do is I'll just give another brief introduction for those of you who don't know me. My name is Brent Gibbons. I'm a principal planner with Mintier Harnish, or a planning consulting firm based out of Sacramento. We specialize in general plans, housing elements, and zoning codes, which is why we're here this morning. We've been working with the county for the past 3 years on a comprehensive update to the general plan, now starting a housing element cycle, which is mandated by the state of California. And we're also working on a comprehensive update to the zoning code as part of this effort. My background is in zoning. So that is my specialty. It's one of the areas I enjoy. It could be a quite dry topic, but it has a lot of implications that are instantaneously seen on the ground when changes occur through regulations. And so as part of this, we want to make sure that the zoning code is clear, concise, updated, legally defensible, and then reflects the expectations of the community and the county as a whole. So this team is a larger team. It's not just myself. I'll have Martha introduce herself and a little bit of her background, and then we'll get into the seminar.
Thank you. Martha Miller with Miller Planning Associates. I'm a little more singularly focused than Brent and his team are, in that I do focus primarily on zoning codes and development codes. And I am a consultant that I do that throughout the state. I did begin my career in the public sector working for a county jurisdiction. So I kind of bring that experience of implementing a county zoning code to updating the codes that I work on. So I'm here assisting the Mintier Harnish team with the zoning code update portion of this project.
Okay. So I just wanted to go over the purpose of today's meeting and walk through what to expect as part of this effort. So we think of this as a seminar, and this is more of a educational touch point of what the chair had discussed. Zoning can be very in-depth. It's a very detailed topic dealing with land use regulation, permit processing, and the use of development standards pertaining to uses that are allowed on properties. So as part of this, we felt it was a necessity, and as we move through this update, which hasn't been done comprehensively in quite some time for the county, that everybody in the county is on the same page and has a better understanding of how zoning works, what zoning can do, what zoning cannot do, so that when we work our way through the process and deliverables come out for review and there's community workshops and meetings and study sessions with the Planning Commission and with the board, there's a general understanding of what's in front of you that you're reviewing, the implications, so that we're all better informed as we review that process moving forward. So this is the first step as part of the zoning code update, is the zoning seminar. And as the chair had said, this is our educational touch point. We're not necessarily going to get into details about what's going to be solved as part of the zoning update for Trinity County. We're not there yet. We're still in that evaluation phase of the project. So this is mainly to get everybody up to speed. There will be plenty of opportunities coming up, and I'll touch on that at the end of the entire presentation, of where we can start to ask specific questions as it pertains to the zoning code and how that applies to Trinity County, and maybe some methods and approaches that are unique that we might take through this process. But at this point, we're still understanding the code and laying the groundwork for the work to come. So as part of the seminar today, shown up out here on the screen, we'll walk through these several steps. There's about 5 phases as part of today's meeting. We'll touch on what is zoning. If you're not familiar, you will be by the end. We'll talk about the zoning code update and process. How does that generally work for jurisdictions? And then how we start to see that playing out here within the county. We'll talk about preparation and principles and the different approaches to updating a zoning code. And I can touch on specifics that we're potentially looking at through this process. We'll look through key issues addressing law and court decisions. That's vitally important because zoning codes have to reflect state and federal law. And Martha will touch on those pieces to make sure that the code is legally adequate and up to date, and then different optional approaches that jurisdictions might take. Even though those are required by state and federal law, there still is some flexibility within that. And then we'll walk through in depth, how are zoning codes organized? How are they laid out? And what does that look like? And something to anticipate moving forward. So that gives a general flavor of today's meeting. After each of these steps 1 through 5, we'll open it back up for public comment, commission comment, and board comment, and then move on to the next. So, what is zoning? Zoning is basically it's the land use regulations that are applied to parcels, the different development standards, the different processes that regulate development on public and private land. This is the fundamental push in what you as project applicants evaluate land moving forward to when you want to do something on your property. Zoning looks more also into the administrative processes for how a municipality runs their land use and development. So think of zoning as the separation of uses on a parcel. There's different zoning designations that are applied. And within each zoning designations, there are specific standards that are applied, specific uses that are unique to that zoning classification or district. So zoning regulates structures, zoning regulates the uses of buildings, standards on buildings, and then also looks at specific standards that apply to unique uses moving forward. Zoning is critical in evaluating the land use pattern of a community, in this case, the county. So you have your general plan, and then you have your zoning, which implements the general plan. I guess the most simple way to look at it is we kind of term it like a cookbook. So when we think about the general plan, if you've been following that process, we think of the general plan as a blueprint. It's a visionary document. It's a policy document looking towards the future. But your zoning is per se the teeth. It's the regulatory aspects. You have your general plan, and then your zoning implements the policy and the programs that are outlined in the general plan land use designations applied to your parcel. So as part of that, zoning is used on a day-to-day basis for project evaluation. So when an applicant comes in and submits a project application, we have to make sure that what the use or the type of structure you're planning on putting on your property is consistent with the regulations that are applied, and that's done through your zoning code. It's important too that not only does the public utilize the zoning code on a daily basis, but your planning commission utilizes it. Your planning commission, if you've had a chance to come before them, that's how they evaluate projects that come before you. Sometimes projects make their way up to the board. The board too evaluates projects using your zoning code. One, to make sure that what you're proposing is consistent with what's allowed on your property, and then is consistent with your general plan as well. And that kind of ties into this second bullet here. If you've been following the general plan is required by every jurisdiction within the state, every city, every county, and every town. But within a general plan, it needs to be internally consistent, but then your zoning needs to be consistent with your general plan. If there's inconsistencies, that's a problem, because then it becomes vague, it's not clear, and you have gray areas. And the intent of zoning is to be black and white. There is no gray area. Zoning should be objective, not subjective through this process. So objective in a way that, for example, an objective standard would be your setback is 5 feet. That's clear. It's concise. You have a 5-foot setback. It's not your setback should be 5 feet. That leaves room for interpretation. So as part of that, we want everything to be internally consistent, not only within your zoning code, but then as it pertains to your general plan. The other portion of a zoning code is, since it does regulate land use and it regulates form, a zoning code does affect the character of a community. It affects the uses that goes in. It affects what structures look like. It affects the land use pattern. Where does commercial go? Where does residential go? Where does industrial go? And how are all of those uses compatible next to each other? Zoning teases that out and provides all of the different standards that limit conflicts between adjacent uses and increase compatibility, but also influence the character of the county. How are all the rural communities formed? How are the uses compiled? Are they focused on main streets? Are they focused on more of your arterials or larger highways? Do the buildings front the streets? Do they not? Zoning inherently covers all of that and allows that built form to play out. Also, the zoning code typically is put into a traditional format that we'll get into a bit later in the discussion, but it's broken down into articles, divisions, or chapters. But over time, that has changed with more zoning focusing on, per se, a more design-based approach. So there's different forms of regulations that have evolved. Typically, a design-based approach is called a form-based code. So instead of focusing on the use, so you're focusing on an allowed use that's permitted within a structure or on a parcel, it will regulate what the building looks like, regardless of what the use is that goes in it. So those are some differing forms of zoning. I would say the traditional form of regulating is your use permitted by right. Does it require review by the Planning Commission? That's more of a traditional approach, and that's something that we're looking more at here. The more form-based code approaches you find in more urban areas. You'll find that in the Bay Area or down in Los Angeles, where the mix of uses is so great that there's not necessarily an emphasis on what use can go in the structure. It's how does that structure fit within a more urban fabric or urban environment. So the purpose of zoning, I've just bolded a few words on here. So it shapes the location, the function, and appearance of all land uses within communities, in this case, all the unincorporated communities within the county. It establishes criteria and metrics to evaluate development projects, and that typically falls in the hands of the Planning Commission. It seeks to guard against land use conflicts and incompatibility between uses. What if you have a residential use next to a commercial use? What are the impacts of having that commercial operation next to residential? Or what are the impacts of having an industrial use next to a residential use? And how are development standards provided to mitigate or to offset any potential impacts from those uses? Zoning also has the ability to protect environmental resources. This can get down to preservation of open space. It can get down to TPZ zones. So there's a lot of different ways that zoning can protect the natural environment by clustering development, limiting development on land, in some areas, not allowing so much sprawl to occur, more compact style development. But most importantly, the zoning implements your general plan, which we're working through right now. And that's why I think for the county, this is such a critical point through this process, that we're actually updating the general plan and the zoning at the same time. Most jurisdictions do not do that. And if you can imagine, that can be difficult once you have a general plan and a few years later you go, oh, I need to update the zoning now. Let's all put on our caps and remember what we did 5 years ago. But in this case, we're updating them at the same time. So whatever change in the general plan the board approves and moves forward and the community weighs in on, the zoning will go right there with it. And it's done at the same time. So we're all on the same page. There's no gap. So I like graphics. I think that sometimes PowerPoints can be a bit dry. And this is probably one of my favorite graphics that we show. And this gives a better idea of the zoning hierarchy and the zoning of hierarchy of land uses as they pertain to planning. So we're working through the general plan right now. That's the top of the pyramid. It's at 30,000 foot level. So that's where we start. But the general plan is that policy direction. It's the designation of land uses on parcels, but it doesn't get into the nitty gritty and the regulatory arm. And that's where the other components implement your general plan and they come into play. They become more specific the further you go down the pyramid. So the general plan's at the top, that's the largest umbrella. Below that is your zoning, or if you have specific plans, community plans, that's where they fall in. For instance, we're working on the community plan process right now at the county. That takes the general plans, takes it a step further so it's more unique to an identifiable location. In this case, the 8 communities that the board proceeded with. Zoning takes it a step further. It takes the policy, takes the programs out of the general plan and provides development standards and regulations to implement that. Then we go down one more notch, and this is where the public is mostly involved, and that's at the planning counter. That's where you submit your building permits. The building permits are a tool of zoning. So in this case, you'll see that everything falls within that pyramid, and that's the key why everything needs to be consistent. Your building permits need to be consistent with your zoning needs to be consistent with your general plan moving forward. So they all fall under the same umbrella. And obviously your general plan is more general. And when you get into zoning, it gets more specific. And then your building permit is as specific as it gets. It gets down to a specific parcel, specific project or development application. So if you're familiar with some zoning terminology, this should sound familiar. If not, this is what zoning technically is. It's the exercise of what's known as the police power. And the police power basically authorizes state, local, and federal government to act to promote the public's health and interest as it pertains to the safety and the welfare. And this is what zoning technically does. Your local government provides a structure and a framework for land use development that is to promote economic development, promote safety, promote the ability for housing, promote the ability to have public facilities and infrastructure. And that's the core of what zoning is. It's a structure from local, state, and then federal. And the zoning code not only obviously is adopted by your local jurisdiction, by the board and the county, but there are state regulations that make its way in as well. And some topics in the zoning code have federal implications on top of that. So you start to see the structure of how the regulatory process works through zoning. But it's important to note that that exercise of police power has to be warranted. So it must be reasonably related to the public welfare. And that's going to come down to direction by the board to make sure that the expectations of what is being presented and what is eventually adopted within your code explicitly applies to the county. So another way to look at zoning codes is into three different steps. I like to think of where. So where can I have certain uses and how does it apply? So zoning I'd mentioned applies to private and public property, both. And it'll have a set of standards typically that's applied to each of those that dictate height, dictate the setbacks, dictate the uses, and then the processes that are needed to make those changes on those properties. The other step is what? So the standards for the planning and design of development. So we have the where is zoning applied, how is it applied, what is applied. And through the how, we actually get into the procedures for review and approval. So that is the noticing requirement. So if you submit a development application, are your neighbors notified of what you're doing? What is the permit application and process? And who reviews? Who's the review authority? Does it start at the staff level at the planning department? Does it require planning commission review if it's a discretionary action, which means it requires a set of findings? Or does it require board approval if there's an appeal? So through the how is how do you submit an application as a community member, and then how does that get approved through the process and then makes its way all the way up. So zoning codes, they're divided into a series of sections. Sometimes these are called divisions, sometimes these are called articles. And later in the presentation, we'll take a very deep dive into each of these and provide some examples so there's a better understanding, but I'm just going to kind of cover the surface at this point. So part of these zoning code components, the first step is your zoning districts. So this is the zone that is applied to your parcel that specifies what you can and cannot do use-wise. It includes your development standards, and sometimes it includes special development standards depending on the types of uses allowed that may require additional and unique aspects that aren't covered necessarily countywide. So that's your zoning districts. Each zoning district implements a general plan land use designation. So right now we're working through the general plan. We're working on the land use element and working with county staff, the planning commission, and the board to develop a land use map. From that map, we'll create zoning districts that are consistent with the direction of the general plan. So that kind of goes back to that pyramid almost. We start with the general plan, your zoning, and then your building permits. Zoning codes include use regulations. What are my uses? What's allowed? So that's typically known. What's permitted by right? What's prohibited? Everyone wants to know that. What can I not do on my property? That is explicitly stated in the zoning code. That can be stated as a prohibitive use, or sometimes if it's not listed, it's not allowed. So that's a pretty simplistic form, and it's a way that we typically prepare zoning land use tables. As part of those use regulations, there are uses that require specific standards to mitigate maybe potential impacts. And so we usually have a section in zoning codes called standards for specific uses, and that gets into tailored uses that help regulate beyond more of a countywide. So for example, accessory dwelling units we'll get into. That's a specific use that has a set of standards, findings, and criteria that the state requires. And so that type of a use will have additional standards beyond what's just permitted by right, and that's typically included in that section. In some communities, we get into design standards. I'll touch on that a bit later in more detail, but design standards starts to get into the form and function of a building. Does your residential home have to face a street? Where can the garage be located? If it's a multifamily structure, do you have to provide open space for tenants? All these different factors come in, and the zoning code can tease that out a bit further. Not every zoning code or community has to have design standards. In some areas, it's just not pertinent. It's more organic growth, but that's just an option as we go through a zoning code. And then we touch on administrative and review procedures. This gets into the types of permits, the processing, and what to expect for review authority. So who's going to review an application? And lastly, definitions. This is important because there are a lot of terms. The zoning code is very technical. And if you have a term, for instance, retail, what is retail? You need to spell that out. It needs to be clear. So the definition section is very, very important as part of a zoning update. I would say just as important as evaluating the uses, because you don't want any vagaries. We want it to be clear, objective, black and white. So we talk about what zoning can do, but zoning can't do certain things. And this is important. So zoning cannot dictate the architectural style of a building. Zoning can dictate some urban form, but zoning cannot dictate that the building is going to be a French chalet from the Alps. So it's important as we work through this process that zoning has limitations as it comes down to development standards. And as we work our way through this process, we can start to dive a bit deeper into those different components and pieces. It's also an understanding that zoning in the end does not dictate the free market. So uses come in, uses come out. You can allow uses, but you have to be flexible over time because uses change. Uses 30 years ago, 40 years ago may not be the same ones today. It's not uncommon to come across older codes and see uses such as for instance, the internet cafe or the blacksmith shop. You'd be surprised how many times we see that, or the video rental store. It's a bygone. So you want to make sure that uses are flexible, but also realize that it's not going to dictate the market. If the market changes, the code's got to go with it. And a key point here too is zoning does not dictate the land use policy. That's in your general plan. And that's why it's critical that we're doing these things at the same time, because we can see the changes in direction for the land use policy, which will eventually make their way through implementation in the code, but it doesn't affect the policy portion, it implements it. So I know that was a mouthful. There was a lot of questions, so I'll hand it back to the chair to facilitate any comment on this section before we move on.
Thank you. Let's start with in the public here in the room. Any questions that you have on this section? Okay, online.
That was quick.
Oh, yes, please, go ahead.
Dave Alves, Douglas City. My question is, especially for residential land use, the big question, the big thing that we're all going to decide here in the next couple of years. Solutions, the supervisors are having the most difficult time I've ever seen. And I pity you actually trying to make everybody happy when there's about a 40-60 split on whether we have cannabis in residential areas or not. Solutions are, you leave it up to each community to vote, which would solve your guys' issue.
And I'm sorry, let me just clarify, because I think you came in afterwards, but
Oh, sorry.
we're actually not taking input about zoning at this point. We're just asking questions to understand the
I'm sorry,
process.
I
Yeah.
get winded. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
My question is the zoning, appropriate zoning, can we have residential for marijuana or excuse me, cannabis, and then residential without? Can that zoning be differentiated?
I will say, yes, there are several avenues that can be taken. You can have cannabis can be an allowed use in specific zoning districts and not allowed in others. There's the ability to have overlay zones that allow cannabis where you're not actually changing the underlying district. So there's several ways that can be implemented. At this point, we're still working through the evaluation phase to figure what is the best potential route to propose to the Planning Commission and the board and the public moving forward.
And sorry for cutting you off. I thought you hadn't heard the part about questions only. So you were just setting the stage. I got you. Okay. Yeah, it's all right. Any online?
I have no raised hands, no chat.
All right. Planning commissioners, questions?
I have a question. Commissioner Flights may follow up, but I'm curious about the zoning can't dictate architectural style. We do have some language in the code for things like the gas station that is being built right now on Main Street, that it had to be compatible kind of with the frontier kind of look. Part of that, I think, is because it's in the historic district. So how do you handle, things that are in the historic district and the desire to kind of maintain that look?
So something like consistent with the frontier style. That's really more of something that is guideline or subjective. And that can absolutely be part of your review process through a discretionary kind of review because there's a judgment call. What are that consistent with the frontier look is not, it's not objective. So what is more appropriate in a straight zoning regulation would be something like roof pitch must be 4 and 12 or whatever, kind of defining those measurable elements that make up that architectural look and feel. So that's kind of the distinction.
And that's where the objective standards come into play, where there are communities that are trying to emulate a specific style. For example, a log cabin or mountain style architecture. The code isn't going to explicitly state mountain style architecture, but it will require placement of windows. It will require specific window heights, door entries, covered awnings, but it's not going to say the style, but it will try to get objective black and white standards to get close to that point.
Any other questions from commission? Fellow members of the board?
I guess just a little bit more clarity, Brent, if I could. If it doesn't fit here, or Martha, sorry, if it doesn't fit here, as you described, this is the objective place, where does this subjective piece fit?
Subjective?
Well, the subjective piece could be in design guidelines, or it could be part of findings for a discretionary review. So if something is, going before the Planning Commission, one of the findings that they make in their consideration may be that this emulates the frontier style, or it's consistent with the style of the neighborhood. So that's more in findings for discretionary approval versus objective standards that can be mapped and measured and that Bella may implement at the front counter.
Understood. And I think that is what I understood you to say originally. I guess I didn't state my question well enough. Where in this zoning plan would we see that? Would it be a separate section or where does it show up?
So not being completely familiar with your structure, but say this is in a historic district, say. And then, so in the provisions for that historic district, you might say, these are the uses that are allowed, here's the review procedures, and here are, the design criteria for
Thank you.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
So I have a question. If you are on Main Street, we'll say right now, and we're looking for the frontier look, and there is some places on Main Street that don't have the frontier look right now, are you grandfathered in to not have that frontier
So
look?
That's a good thing where we'll talk about later in the presentation, nonconformities and how to handle those. And you can handle those in different ways, depending on what your objectives are. You can take kind of a heavier hand where you want to do anything, you have to bring the whole site up into compliance. Or you can take kind of a lighter, involvement of like, well, whatever you change, that has to meet the current code. So there's kind of a spectrum on how you handle that. And that's where you get to decide what are your objectives for dealing with those kind of nonconformities.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad for these questions because that was when you first were earlier talking, you were talking about this can affect the character and the appearance and the so forth. And then all of a sudden you said, but you can't dictate this. And I was like, wait a minute, how are these
How
two?
does that work together?
Yeah. Okay. So I think it's helpful to understand because, I've heard everything from, the historical society type things of trying to maintain a certain look and, take the neon signs down because neon didn't exist back in the day and all those sorts of things and wondering, okay, to the extent that that is a desirable outcome, then how does that happen? And how is it associated here versus other? And then even we don't have a lot of big box stores knocking on our door, but to the extent they are, I've heard people say, well, can we require them to build in a way that reflects the character of up here instead of how they would build it in Chicago or something? So if there's anything else you want to add to that based on those kinds of nuances, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I would say you absolutely can put standards and requirements in place to ensure that development reflects your character, but you might just take that. So what we wouldn't recommend, just for sake of example, big box stores need to be Spanish style. We would say, okay, you want them to have this look. Well, how can we write that? We might say, oh, buildings in this area, you need to have the barrel tile roofs. You must have windows that are recessed a minimum of 2 inches. So we try and translate what that kind of look you're going for into a cookbook or the instruction manual for how to get that. Because somebody might say, well, Spanish style, I think this is Spanish style, which might be different than someone else. And so we try and kind of put those details in so that people come to that same conclusion.
And I think a final follow-up for me at least is, oh, I'm not supposed to say that anymore. I remember I always come up with another and another. So my next question, we heard about historical society and areas that are just designated as such. Somewhere in the general plan or in zoning, are those kinds of organizations specifically called out and empowered? Or, I'm trying to figure out where does their authority come from in comparison to this?
Correct. So as an advisory group, for instance, if you had an historical committee, or if you had an architectural review committee, the zoning code would lay out their review authority and where they land when reviewing certain applications and who they advise going up the chain, whether they advise the planning commission on a permit or an application, or they advise the board. As it pertains to districts that focus on historic resources, those would also be included in the zoning. But we haven't gotten into the detail yet of how that'll be incorporated in this specific manner, or if there would be any changes to that. It's still yet to be determined.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions. We'll move on.
Okay, as she's bringing up the presentation, we talked about what zoning is and what it can and can't do. And with this next section, we're going to talk about why you would update your zoning ordinance and how you go through that process. Because everybody has a zoning ordinance. When do you know when or why would you go in and update it? So I realize now that I'm dating myself, and because this was modeled after David Letterman's late night top 10 list. So I put together a top 10 reasons to update the zoning code, starting with, you can't read the text for all the margin notes or post-it notes that are in there, or the stack of uncodified interpretations. So Bella might have her ordinance that marks up what something actually means, or how we implement it, or how we interpret it. And we want to take all of those uncodified things or corrections and update the zoning code. Number 9 is that no two staff at the counter give the same answer to the same question. And this is really, everybody who reads the ordinance comes to a different conclusion, and no one quite reads it the same or gets the same information from the code. Number 8, the procedures are too complicated and time consuming. So maybe you're spending a lot of time and resources on something that everyone's like, well, of course this should be permitted. Why are we seeing this? Why are we spending the time on this? Or that the procedure is just so complicated, we don't even understand exactly how it all fits together. 7, every amendment since adoption was added to the back of the book. And this is where we see ordinances that start out real clean, and there's a real clean structure and organization. And then I get past where definitions or whatever's at the end of the code. And then we start again kind of with the tree ordinance, or with electric vehicle ordinance, or something that we can very clearly see got kind of added at the end. And unless we read all the way through the entire code, we wouldn't know to look there. 6, the ordinance still lists Turkish baths as an allowed use. And this is really what Brent was talking about, is having these real outdated uses still in the code. Cyber cafes. I've seen sauerkraut manufacturing as a listed separate use, but it's very indicative of the time, but it doesn't work for today. And we don't know what those uses are, and uses that we are dealing with aren't identified anywhere. Number 5. I lost my power somehow.
Oh, wrong way.
5, critical standards are hidden in obscure sections or maybe in the definitions. And that's really where somebody looking at the code may not come up with something. They talk to Bella. Bella goes, oh yeah, that's because it's way back in definitions on page 642. And I'm sorry that you didn't see that, but that was there. Zones have nothing to do with the general plan or what the community actually wants to see on the land. So that's where there's a real disconnect between community desires, the vision for the community, and then what the zoning code says and allows. 3, the development standards don't work. So everybody's asking for some kind of variance, some kind of modification, and going through a specific process just for them, when really those base standards should just be updated to work for the development that the community wants to see. Number 2, the ordinance is neither flexible nor certain. Somehow it's somewhere in between where you don't really know what it says, but it still doesn't allow you to do what you're asking to do or what you wanted to have you do. I'm going to say this is my first number 1 reason that everything is non-conforming. So what's on the ground doesn't match with the development standards that are in place. And you're just constantly trying to make something work that just doesn't fit together. So these are kind of the general top 10. I did give a number 1, but the overall gold star number 1 reason is you've updated your general plan. And that's exactly how Brent was talking about. Your general plan sets the vision. It's like the Constitution, and then the zoning goes and implements that. So that as land use and development comes forward, we make sure that it's working towards that vision and implementing it. So again, this is a very appropriate time to go in and take a look at your zoning code and make sure it is working and is consistent with your general plan. So once a jurisdiction decides to update the plan, we're going to talk about the process for doing that. And since you are in your general plan process, we're going to kind of show how it fits in with that typical planning type process. So in general, just the framework for updating any kind of planning document, you start with a vision. Okay, where is it that we want to go? What do we want to achieve through this plan? And then you go into background studies. Okay, where are we today? What are we dealing with? And then you go into alternatives. What are the different ways that we can go from where we are, what we've discovered in our background studies? How can we get to that vision then? What are the different alternatives for doing that? We work out a preferred plan, the preferred approach to doing that, and then develop that into a final plan. And throughout the process, as you know, there's community outreach. And that's really the process you're going through for the general plan. So if you think about zoning, we're just going to actually follow that same general structure, change a couple words, and I'll go through it quickly and then go through each of the parts a little in more detail. So instead of vision now, we're looking at more at objectives. What are we hoping to achieve through this zoning code update? Then we do a diagnosis. We look at, okay, what are our regulations today? What are we dealing with on the ground? What are the issues that we're dealing with? What is that diagnosis? And then what are the ideas for getting to those objectives from where we are to what we hope to do through this? So how do we bridge that gap? We go in and we draft regulations, then we refine them, put those all together into a draft code, and then go into adoption. And again, throughout there's community outreach. So it follows that same kind of general pattern from the more general into getting into the specifics. And I'm just going to touch on a little more detail of each one of those aspects and what the different types of things you might do with those are. So the first is identifying the objectives. What are your objectives through this zoning update? And kind of the general objectives are implementing your general plan, making the code easier to use and understand, and being consistent with state and federal law. But then within that, you might have other objectives. Is this just, say, a pure reorganization? Are regulations okay? They're just disorganized and they just need to be cleaned up. but that's really mainly maintaining the existing effect of and spirit of the existing regulations. You might just be doing targeted updates. So there might be, overall the code is totally fine, but parking, we have new objectives with parking. So we want to do targeted updates for parking or targeted updates for big box retail stores. There's some targeted things, policy initiatives we want to address. There might be some combination of the reorganization and targeted updates where overall, basically everything's fine. We just need to clean it up. But then here are the specific areas of change that we're really looking at. And then at the other spectrum is just the comprehensive update. And we've worked in jurisdictions that are like, nothing works, it's horrible, toss the whole thing out and give us something completely new. So there's kind of a spectrum on what those objectives may be. And it's important to think of those objectives because and be clear with them, because if really what you're doing is just a reorganization, but then someone comes along later and says, oh, no, wait, I wanted to completely redo our commercial zoning. Well, that should have kind of been set out in the beginning so that we know as we go along, that's what we're exploring and paying attention to. And then the diagnosis. And this is, again, where you're looking at where are we now? What do our regulations say? What are they getting us versus where do we want to go? And through part of this, we're talking about the ideas for bridging that gap and getting kind of feedback on that, and also resolving or refining some policy direction. So sometimes policy might be kind of big and a little vague. And then we start to like, okay, well, what does that really mean on a parcel by parcel basis then? When you say you want to promote alternative forms of transportation, well, okay, then does that mean, are we reducing parking requirements in what areas? So we start to kind of ask a little more questions about refining policy direction. We also look at lists of technical fixes. Maybe Bella or others have a list of things that, things are just wrong and these need to be corrected. We look at the general plan implementation program. What is the general plan telling us we need to do? New laws, case law. We talk to code users wherever possible, get users' perspective of what's working and what's not. And we make our own observations too, looking at regulations and our experience working on a multitude of codes and make observations. So we put that together, and that really helps us with the diagnosis of then we know what we're working with for an approach to move forward. Then we start drafting the regulations. Zoning can be quite lengthy and maybe a little dry. So it's tough to really take a whole zoning code at once and go, okay, here it is. Tell us what you think. So we typically try and break that down into smaller, discrete, digestible chunks to kind of facilitate review and dive into sections. We also test the standards moving forward. So we might be developing things and then thinking about how would that work for certain projects in Trinity County. So we review those, we revise them, put them together into a complete draft code, look at it again, because now you see how all the different parts work together as a complete package. And we also do more testing through this. And that can be internal testing, or maybe county staff are looking at real projects that have come in. Well, how would this work against the new zoning code? Or maybe how would I answered that question at the front counter through the new zoning code? So we test it. We can do internal testing. You can also do external testing if there's some developers or architects, or a committee you have, maybe you can share it and have others test as well. So people do different approaches to that. Then we go into the final code, which there's environmental review, but since zoning implements the general plan, and it's great that when you do these together, it's a very clear distinction. It's just consistent with the environmental documentation and review you've done for your general plan. So CEQA typically is not a big kind of thing with zoning updates. Public noticing, have the formal hearing and adoption process. And then throughout the process, there's community outreach. And it's similar in like your general plan where you're having community outreach through the whole process, but it's a little bit different because it's tailored to the nature of the effort. And we're very clear that this is implementation and it's not visioning. So we don't want to mislead people, tell us what you want to see. What's your vision? That's really at the general plan stage, where at this part we're saying, this is what the vision is. We're talking about how we implement that. So we're not revisioning, or we're not, as Brent said, it's not a policy document, it's implementation. So a lot of that has to do with the message and managing expectations. There's a lot of different forms of community outreach. In my experience, I always recommend and like having a lot of planning commission and board involvement from the beginning, just as an information piece, keep everybody informed. And because the planning commission and the board are going to be using the zoning code, on an ongoing basis. So it's real important. And I think it's a real bonus for a community to have the decision makers so intimately involved in the process, and also hearing the input throughout the process as well, and having that background understanding. So that's kind of the high level of kind of why and how you go through the process, and we can turn it back to you for questions.
Thank you. All right, we'll start again in the room for public questions. Yes, sir. Could you use the mic, please, just we have 21 folks online.
Absolutely, thank you. Dave Alves again. My question is, how do you prevent zoning creep? For instance, you have a residential area next to a commercial, highway commercial, and then somebody buys it and says, I would like to turn it into an industrial zone. And then the board or commission says, okay, what are the rights and how do you avoid that creep from, other property right owners adjacent?
Thank you.
Well, it first starts with the general plan. So if that general plan talks about that area for being for residential or highway commercial, in order to change that into that industrial zone, it would have to be consistent with the general plan. So first you would have to make sure it's consistent with the general plan or do a general plan update. And then that's through a public process as well. So the board and the commission can't just make that decision. It goes through a process for that, where there's public outreach, public notice, and kind of formal hearings and adoption. So there's always a public process with it.
But it can happen.
Sure.
It can happen, but in this case, it's a twofold process. So first, you would have to look back at your general plan and make sure it's consistent with that designation that's been applied through the visioning effort. For example, if the land has a general plan designation of residential and the property owner wants to make it industrial, there would have to be a general plan amendment that would have to go through planning commission and the board. It's a public process and noticed to change that designation. There's a set of findings that would have to be met in order to make that change to a different use. So once that use is changed to industrial in the general plan, you would then have to rezone, which is also a public process that would have to go through the planning commission and the board. That rezone would then have to change to industrial for consistency between, or a similar compatible zone that allows industrial. It's an extensive process. Jurisdictions can only make general plan amendments 4 times a year. That's per state law. So there's limitations on it too, but that can be done. It would just have to work through the county's process.
Thank you. Other questions here in the room? Online, Ashley? Okay, how about commissioners?
So let's say you've done your best kind of crystal ball gazing, and you've said, here are the different uses and zoning code categories they fall into. And then something else comes up. So right now our process is a determination of similar use. And so, and we've done that. Things have come up like the brew pub and a fire station used as residence. So that gets stuck in the back of the book. Bella has to deal with that, okay, now brew pubs are a similar use to whatever. So my question is, do other counties, jurisdictions use that process, this determination of similar use for future things that come up that you didn't anticipate? And then do they have guidelines for how you do that, how you determine whether or not it is a similar use? Because right now it's kind of free form.
So I would say yes. A lot of other jurisdictions do have a similar process. We try, as we update zoning codes, we try and position use classifications to be a little more broad. So that, yes, you're still making interpretations, but you have a wider kind of net to make that interpretation. So I don't like to identify, say, brew pub as a use, because, right. What if somebody comes in as a distillery pub? Is that the same as a brew pub? So instead we talk about, restaurant may include, you look at what the use is. Is it a brew pub and that I call myself a brew pub, but I really don't actually brew beer on site, but I'm really just a restaurant? Or am I actually a brewery? Which again, I wouldn't use brewery, I'd use like food and beverage manufacturing. And you can do small scale. So we try and take it to these broader uses. Let me try to articulate a better example. So we used to look in codes and they would say bookstore, stationery store, furniture store, drugstore. Well, instead of that, now we say retail services. And then we define that as establishments engaged in the, retailing of goods and services. And so then if a new type of store comes in, a pet food store, we're not saying, oh, it's not on our list of uses. Bella doesn't need to make an interpretation. We know that that pet food store fits into this broader retail category. So we look at having broader use definitions so that the nuances of different uses can fit into those.
Well, then specifically, would cannabis retail fall in just general retail, or would it be more associated with like the alcohol sales?
So, and then whatever within those broader categories, whatever a jurisdiction wants to regulate specifically, then we have specific definitions. So, and that's going to change by jurisdiction. Cannabis is one that most jurisdictions do have a lot of different, very specific categories of it. But say, to use a different example, liquor stores. So some jurisdictions go, food and beverage sales is food and beverage sales. We're treating them all. And others will say, okay, there's food and beverage sales, general, and then there's liquor stores. And we're going to define those and treat them differently. So yes, within that broad category, you can, whatever you want to, a jurisdiction wants to kind of target, you can.
And that can also be done through, Martha was talking like a retail sales general. You can have a broader category known as like retail sales restricted. It could be ammunition sales. It could be liquor sales. It could be adult oriented businesses. So those are lumped into another category that has stricter development standards, use regulations. It may require a discretionary permit. It's got to come before the planning commission. It can't be approved by staff on the counter. There's lots of different ways that it could be teased out. But the broader you are, the more flexible you are. And that gets down to uses change over time. The market changes and we need to be able to adapt to it.
We do still have a blacksmith shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could get another.
And that is something too, where in a way, you don't want to just define blacksmith shop. Like, what is that use? Is that kind of like a manufacturing, a small scale manufacturing, a custom artisan kind of thing? And so, because what if the ceramic shop wants to move in and you don't want Bella to go, well, it doesn't say ceramic shop. I am working within a community that, or in another county where they did a winery ordinance. And they're like, well, now we have some of the places want to do distilling. but it's not allowed but it's the same thing. It's still processing of an agricultural product, but because they wrote their code, they kind of hemmed themselves in to the thing that was before them. But anyway.
Other commissioner questions? All right, board?
Yeah, I have a question. Carol brought up the cannabis retail. And I think a couple of years ago, we went through it for Trinity County as far as setbacks and where it can be, and also the manufacturing part of it. Could we have, packaging, trimming in Trinity County and the setbacks to that, which I thought were both very, very onerous, very tough, 1,000 feet on some. So currently we have a distillery on Main Street or the historic. We have 2 bars, gas stations that sell alcohol. And there is no setback by foot or regulation to those, which alcohol is the #1 killer in Trinity County. But then we also have the cannabis retail that has huge setbacks that leave very little room, especially on Main Street, where we could use some extra foot traffic and the dollars that are associated with that.
Is there a question?
Is there a way to adjust the setback footage so that we can be less restrictive on that, as we've seen in the last year with our retail, the one that we have in Trinity County? It's extremely difficult to get in there. I mean, I own a liquor store, Mini Mart, and anybody can come in there. Children. In the cannabis retail industry, you can't get in. If I went there, they would card me. And there's, when
I'm sorry, I'm just going to, I don't want us to get too into our stances on things, but if you have a specific question, which I think I did here, can through this process, our current standards for those be adjusted? Is that what you're trying to get at, a clarity from this group?
Yeah, I am getting at some clarity. And let me just finish my conversation. We also felt that it wasn't historic, which I think that cannabis has been in Trinity County for at least 100 years. So with all those things said, is the opportunity for us to expand the areas that we can have retail and we'll say some manufacturing, which doesn't mean actually growing, but packaging, trimming, what have you. Can we bring down those setbacks so they're not so onerous and prohibitive of those businesses in Trinity County? And we need all the businesses we can get. Thank you.
Sure, through this process, you can adjust setbacks for those uses.
And that's that'll be through the evaluation of the uses, whether permitted by right or through discretion. When you evaluate development standards, there is the potential to adjust those as needed. And then that'll make its way through the review process of commission and board on the way up. Depending on what's considered a historic use, that would have to be defined of what a historic use is. But then again, uses change by zone district just based on compatibility. And so that's something that we'll have to evaluate with the county as we move forward.
So right now, this is just a statement, I guess. Right now, we don't have any consistency on what is historic on Main Street. We have some buildings that look historic and have been there quite a long time. Then we have some places that are not historic looking at all and have not been there very long, have nothing to do with the history of Main Street. Will that all be described in some, not exact detail, but some open kind of detail on what a historic building should look like and what is historic to Trinity County?
Typically, yes. So if there's an historic zone or a historic process that the county undergoes for development within those designated areas, that's typically evaluated if it's in your zoning code. In some communities, the historic section is not in the zoning. It's in a separate portion of the municipal code, which is regulated differently. So that's something that we'll have to evaluate here. And then if it is under zoning, it would get folded into this process to at least examine and take a look at where and what types of uses are allowed for non-conforming uses, which Martha touched on briefly, and we'll touch on in more detail. How do you handle uses that go in or structures that go in that don't necessarily conform to what the historic district is envisioning? And then what is the review body and how do they provide guidance and approval moving up through the process?
Again, the ones that aren't conforming, are they grandfathered in?
That will be decided through this process of how the county handles nonconformities. It's a full spectrum. There's a lot of different optional approaches that what we'll end up doing is when we get through the administrative procedures and provisions of this code update, we'll have a study session on that and bring it back to the Planning Commission, bring it back to the board for discussions on all the different optional approaches and what works best for the county. So yes, there's a full spectrum on how that can be worked.
Thank you very much.
So just to add, the Weaverville Historic District is a defined district that does have set policies and codes and is part of some of the zoning plan and has its own ordinances as to what is considered historic and how that works. And there is some discretion as to if buildings were built later, that then they can have the neon lights, they can have different allowances as to what their signage is or not. And so I think we'll be able to have the discussion with the Architectural Review Committee to make sure that some of the side notes that have been utilized in the past are incorporated into the code and make it more clear, because that is one of the issues that the Architectural Review Committee is having, is that it's not clear enough for the users and the businesses within the historic district.
Thank you. Other board members?
Yes, thank you. Could you, Martha or Brent, whatever, speak just generally to what I'm sure for you, I hope will be stating the obvious, but you've mentioned the broader we state, the more flexible we remain, but within that, any specific definitions that we want to include, a jurisdiction can regulate. And I guess the question that rises in my mind is, we're not going to probably be great at having a real, vision for, okay, what could change in 20 years? And so as we move through this, if there are red flags that come up in your minds that you may be hemming yourself in a little more than you later may wish you want to, you just don't see that right now. Could you just talk a little bit about how the guidance that you'll provide to us?
I can start if you want to. It's having, and I know Martha can attest this, having updated my fair share of zoning codes, you start to pick up on those things. And I think what it comes down to is providing this, which gives you the opportunity as the board to determine the best course of action. What we can do is lay out implications of change, implications on land uses, compatibility, issues that may arise, not saying they will. Some of this is hypothetical looking out. But it's not necessarily our code. So we'll lay the groundwork out, optional approaches for the county to consider, whether the Planning Commission or the board moving forward. And I think too, that's part of the transparency of the process of bringing the public in the beginning. And that's the first round of workshops we'll have, which are identifying the public's perceived issues with the code or opportunities, bringing that forward, and how does that apply to ways that the county can update it moving forward.
Thank you.
Other questions? I wanted to, we're going to just keep going in rotation. So you can save that question for the next opening for the public if you like. First I wanted to say, just based on Bella's reactions to your top 10 list, I think she was feeling very heard, which is great. You mentioned about, you walked us through these various, starting with objectives, the various steps, and you said throughout the process, the public will have an opportunity. So when we're talking about community engagement, whether it's online or in-person meetings or virtual meetings or whatever, at each stage, the public will have an opportunity to weigh in on those. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And then I know one of the things that you mentioned loosely here, and I can't remember from looking through your presentation if you're going to get into it a little bit more later, but I am especially focused on I'll call it the streamlining, which I know you're looking to be a part of this. Where is that in that process?
So I would say throughout. So it kind of hits every stage of this. So one part of streamlining is just having a concise and understandable code and being user friendly. So getting rid of like a lot of the junk, redundancies, obsolete things like that. Another part is going to be in your use allowances. So what uses require what level of review? That's a streamlining. Some things that maybe right now are going through the planning commission, can those decisions be made at the staff level? So there's the use regulations where streamlining comes in. There's development standards where streamlining comes in. Are there conditions of approval that are routinely applied? And can we just put those into the code and then avoid this discretionary process that we go through to apply those? And then there's your administrative procedures that just in general, can you make those procedures a little more kind of streamlined as you go through the process and clarify who's a reviewing body, who's an approval body, things like that. So streamlining is throughout.
Okay. And as Supervisor Cox was asking, we can rely on you to help us see the forest from the trees there, because we, of course, can get very used to what we're used to and not know, oh, well, yeah, there's a whole different way that could do. I know Bella and Ed and others have talked about, we know there's some ways we could clean things up and make it a lot smoother and easier, but that'll be part of what you bring. And again, with the public being able to do that too, because people that have been coming in for permits, I'm sure they have some input about how they think the process should work differently. So, okay, great, thank you.
And that's really our role in the process, is to really listen first and hear what are the things that we're hearing. And then kind of, okay, here's where we think you want to go. Did we get that kind of right? And then we get your reaction to it and then we revise. And so there's kind of a discussion that happens throughout, but it always starts with, we're paying attention right now. What are we hearing? Okay, we're hearing streamlining, we're picking up on things. And and if we hear you say, well, we want to go this way, and we're like, well, that may not, we may have some questions or maybe ask that you think about it a different way.
Okay.
Ultimately, though, it's yours. So you might ultimately say, no, what I said before. So anyway, yeah, it's a process.
Great.
And I just want to just echo that. It also goes back to, Martha mentioned this is like the listening evaluation portion of the project. So we're here in a study session with the Planning Commission and the board. We're listening, taking feedback, taking expectations. Prior to this, earlier in the month, we held stakeholder interviews with code users and department heads, took back feedback, issues, expectations. We're in the process of finalizing a summary of that will go out so everybody can see what others think of the code. Now we're looking forward to the workshops coming up. Public engagement, where the public comes in, provides us issues, expectations, what they'd like to see come out of it. And that all leads us to a final product that meets the overall expectations of the county. So we are listening, taking into account, and that'll help our team work with county staff to help pull together the different options and approaches that work best here, not elsewhere.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Carpenter Harris, did you have something? No. Oh, okay, thank you. I've seen a few people take breaks, so we're going to take one for 5 minutes. So we'll be back. I just want to caution people, I hate cutting people off because I want open dialogue, but I think we're on section 2 of 10. And it is important that we keep this as a focus on learning and not about our differences of views about what's wrong or right with our process right now. So if we can just focus on the questions for clarity's purpose, that would be great. And we'll be back in 6 minutes, 10:20. Thank you. What's that?
She laid out 5 things when we started, so I'm not sure how the slides
Very disappointed. Alrighty, okay, thank you all for coming back. I don't know if I exaggerated with 10 sections, but I knew we had a ways to go. So thank you, and please take us forward.
Perfect. So we've talked about what is zoning at a fundamental level. We've talked about the planning process, the 10 items of why you would update your zoning code. And I'm going to take us in the next step. So once you realize, oh gosh, this code is so outdated, planning staff is pulling out their hair, we now look at how do we approach this? What are the ways that we do update our zoning? So what are the zoning principles as we move forward? And so I'm going to walk through the perspective of county staff and planning commission and the board and the consultant team about how we evaluate that next step. And we proceed with drafting the code and what are the different forms. Through this, I'll walk through the principles and formatting, different pros and cons for how to handle that. And then I'll touch on something unique to Trinity County, which is the electronic code. I'll touch on that. And then we'll discuss state law after that, and then get into our biggest section, which dives into each of the different articles and what's included. So your code needs to be updated. First step, you need to develop a format and an outline. If you've had a chance to look at the current code, it's a bit dense. And so what we want to do is look at the reorganization that gets back to streamlining. How do we make this easier to look through? How do we make it easier to locate provisions? How do we make it easier for the public to interpret, county staff to implement, and the commission and the board to approve at the base fundamental level? So as part of this, we develop an outline that is in a more logical order. You start off with your introductory section. Again, what is a code? Who's your review authority? And what are the steps? And if you think through that, we then move into looking at your zone districts, and you start general and then you become more specific as you work your way through. And as part of that, we typically pull together, and I have an example here on the screen, which is like a format or outline. So when you start to reorganize a code, everything changes, everything moves, not necessarily provisions, but the way that you source materials, the references to other parts of your municipal code. So we work with county staff and your commission and board to come up with a format and an outline that reflects where the county would like to head, but is also clear on the different way that we lay out the different regulations and provisions. So we develop a format and style guide, look into the numbering, abbreviations that are most appropriate. Do we spell planning commission each time in the code, or does it's spelled once and commission the rest? That varies based on community, especially if you have multiple commissions, it could get confusing. Same with board. Is it board of supervisors? As part of that development outline and format, in order to get an outline, we have to understand all the issues. And so we prepare, in coordination with your county staff, a master fix-it list. And this is where these meetings up front are critical. They're very important because we're hearing all the different issues. They're being jotted down. They're being organized by topic area. Bella, I know, has a list of things that have vexed her over the years. Other staff do too. And we compile all of that into a master matrix. And that's really our starting point. Similar to the general plan, we started off with the general plan evaluation. We need a basis to start at. So this is how we typically initiate a project, with the format, an outline, come to an agreement on structure, and then what are the issues that we start to plug in. Okay. So when we draft a code, we want to think of a few key principles as we work through this. One, cross-references are key. Codes are very complex. They're very large. You don't want to repeat items. So it's important that we provide the proper cross-references internally. Maybe it's within the same chapter or the same article, or within other areas. So if we're talking about a specific use that requires a discretionary permit, you as the applicant or commission goes, well, what kind of permit is that? What's the requirements? You need that cross-reference, and it needs to be accurate to take you to the next section to understand the permit processing moving forward. Keep the sections short. It doesn't need to be lengthy. It just needs to be clear and concise. And I think that's very, very, very important. It reduces the length of your code, and it makes it easier to sift through when you're trying to find regulations. Intuitive section titles. It's not a novel. This is a zoning code, clear, short, concise, upfront. And we'll work on those titles and massaging those as we get through it. And that's where we really test the product. We bring it out to the commission, to the public, to the board, and you go, oh, wow, that title, wow, that's long. That doesn't make sense. Shorten it. And that's what we want to look at. And then we need to ensure that the style sheet is agreed upon in the format and organization, because that's how the entire code then is built on. And so that's where we start when we initiate this process. When we're looking at the regulations, it's simplifying the regulations. Are they, Martha said, are they too complicated, too complex? That's what we want to avoid. Simplification is key, but not so simplified that it's vague. So we really retool each of the provisions, and that's part of evaluating the code up front, and that's part of that issues matrix at the beginning. We also want to make sure that it's easy to understand. Martha and I can say there are several codes that we've read that I do this for a living, and you read it, and if I have to read it 5 or 6 times and I'm not understanding it, there's a problem. I can say for a fact I've read through your code. There are areas that are very jargony. There's some legal language that just needs to be clarified, cleaned up. We want everybody to be able to understand what the provision is, just not a select few. Also, it's important through the organization and format that we place related provisions together, not scattered elsewhere. The example that Martha had given was the fact that, oh, well, there may be standards, but it's in the definitions, but it shouldn't be there. It should be under the uses. We want to eliminate that, make it clear. And last, avoid repetition. It doesn't need to be repeated 10 times. And that's something that we will flag and work through, and then provide some alternative approaches to maybe stating it in one spot. And that's where those cross-referencing comes into play. Now, formatting is key too. A lot of antiquated codes were more of a narrative, lots of text, lots of legal jargon, very dense to read through, not always the easiest to interpret and find what you're looking for. And more modern codes tend to limit the language, rely on what's known as like a tabular format. So uses aren't necessarily listed in a paragraph. They're listed in a table that shows the, permitted, does it require discretionary permit? The zones are all listed there, so you can compare between uses, compare between zones. Some other formatting principles is you don't necessarily write out numbers. You start to use numerics moving forward. There's a consistent table format that's used throughout. There's the reliance on graphics to depict standards. Working in planning, and the commission I know can equate to this. We can say your setback is 5 feet, but if you're not familiar with development standards, you may go, what's the setback? What does that look like? Where is it on my property? How do you measure that? Sometimes just wording it doesn't actually help clarify the situation. So having a graphic which shows this is a property, these are setbacks. That's how you measure it. A lot easier to work through. Also, understand your readers and hierarchy between provisions. So hierarchy between titles and text is extremely important. It may seem mundane, but if you've ever read a document, you want to make sure that it's clear the sections that you're in and there's a hierarchy between what you're reading. Those are just some formatting ideals that we stick with. So I touched on illustrations. Illustrations are pretty new when it comes to codes. We're moving in more heavily graphical codes, and that's to, one, reduce the code and to depict the standards visually so it makes it easier to understand. Here's just 2 examples that start to show, for example, the image on the bottom. If we're talking about what is height, E is height. So in a development standard table, it could say your height is 20 feet and it has the E diamond next to it. And then a picture of a structure, and you can see, oh, that's how height is measured, or this is frontage, or this is setback. This helps streamline the effort. It helps clarify the development standards. And there's other formatting principles when it comes to illustrations, whether we had noted here, whether they're in black and white or color. That's a big thing. Is it color online? If you go to print it, do you want them color for reproducing? Maybe black and white is better. How do you create graphics that can go both ways? Some communities use photographs. That's great, but also photographs can become outdated. How many times has commercial stores changed or restaurants changed in the photograph, and 5 years down the road, it's gone through 3 different providers. So those are things that we like to think about as we format codes. Find ways to implement graphics that supplement text and make it easier. So if you've had an opportunity to look through the Trinity zoning code, you may have gone to Planning Counter and asked for a hard copy. You may have gone online and looked through the codifier provider, and that's a digital format. Another way that jurisdictions are handling updating their codes is going to a more fully integrated electronic publication. And these take it a step further from what is online in municipal code now. These are more user-friendly, they're more integrated. They have other features that allow you to jump between cross-references, provide definitions on the spot. You don't necessarily have to go searching for it. Now, when this project began back in, initiated in 2020, started in 2021, it was at the request of the board to be innovative. Provide something that is unique. We want to stand out. We want something that is easy for the public to access, easy to comprehend on all levels for everybody, and really push forward streamlining, spurs economic development, and just helps move the county forward. And as part of that direction was to provide the planning deliverables in this electronic publication. So take that next step. And so the general plan is going to be a fully integrated electronic general plan that you can search by keyword, find your parcel on a map, look for the different types of uses, what policies pertain to your area if you're in a community plan, and so forth. The zoning code is going to do the same thing. So the zoning code is going to be fully online. It'll link with GIS. It'll provide all of the necessary information you need in one page, fully searchable. The example I like to put here is that having the zoning code online, this is a perfect example. This is Merced Counties, which is up on the screen, which is a project that we completed a few years ago, and they have the same format that Trinity County is going to be using. But you could open it up and go, well, am I allowed to have, let's say, chickens on my property? You can literally search the word chicken by zone, and it'll come up and locate exactly where fowls permitted, how many, what type. You can look at the permitting requirements and you might go, well, what type of fowl? You can hover over it. The definition pops up. There's no having to go find it. It's all in one spot. And that makes it really easy to navigate through your code. There's also the ability to have e-readers for those who don't want to hold a code but have an iPad. You can flip through it in that way. There's the ability to include other time-saving measures that will help individuals figure out different development standards on properties. For example, how many parking spaces do you need to have for a commercial building? The table may say 7 spots per X thousand square feet. You'll be able to say, well, my building is 3,500 square feet and I'm in the commercial zone and I'm a restaurant, and it'll tell you exactly how many spots you need to have, how many ADA spots. That helps alleviate the counter staff and able to process applications, and allows the public to have a more transparent process of finding out how those different products are derived, how the development standards arise, and you can almost do it in one fell swoop. What's also nice here too is it has the ability to link other county documents. So there's a library that you can link to other county plans as part of it. So the cross-referencing is completely endless. I would recommend, if you are interested, to dive into that. There are several counties in the state and cities that have undergone this process, and take a look through it. Merced County is one of the larger counties that instituted this. And if you're looking for a city, the city of San Ramon has their general plan and their zoning as well. And it's a great product. It's easy to work around. And as somebody who drafts codes for a living, this is fantastic. It makes it a lot easier to explain, and it makes it a lot easier to provide information quickly. And then these are just some images from the Merced code. So you'll see on the side, you'll have your menu, and then the code is in the middle. And it allows you to also print the code, send the code, specific sections. It's a great product. And also, since the general plan is going to go into the same format. The integration of the general plan and the zoning is seamless as well. So everything is going to be in one spot. And we had talked about the tabular format, and this is just an example of a development standards table, which is pretty common now. So instead of listing in a narrative the different zones, what are their parcel size requirements, what are the setbacks, we consolidate it into a single table. So for example, if you're in the C1 zone, you'll notice here, there's no minimum parcel size, and it lists all of the setbacks. And then if there's additional regulations, those are listed as the bottom and they're cross-referenced. So if you were just having a hard copy, then you would need to flip for fences and walls to chapter 1834. If you're in the digital copy, you just click 1834 and it takes you directly to that spot. So there's no having to go search and find it on your own. This is the shortest section.
Yeah, fun. Okay, let's start. Yes, sir. Dave, please come up.
I love electronic because, I'm background of computer and designing software, et cetera. On your cross references, so you go to a retail outlet like downtown that has limited parking, but your retail says you have to have 7, but there's only 2. Can you write that into the code? Second, when you do the electronics, all those specific references you're talking about that multiple ordinances rely on, will that electronic version, as you read through it, which makes it difficult when will it include those specific common references to multiple ordinances, so you can get to it easily and read through it?
Correct. If there's multiple references in other areas that maybe not even in the zoning code, but other areas in the municipal code, all those references will be located in one spot. So any nuances on that relate to that specific property or use, the reference will be there for you to locate.
Great. Other questions from the public? Online? Okay. Commissioners?
So with the online, but then also hard copy versions for PDFs that are going to be held on, what compliance for accessibility standards will you be using? Are we meeting all of California's accessibility for deaf and blind individuals within the state?
Correct. So for the online version, there's an accessibility tool that meets all of the state's requirements as it relates to audio or the ability to increase the font and so forth. There's a whole slew that the state requires, and that's automatically included within the electronic version. I will say the electronic version could also be translated into different languages. It will auto-translate, and those languages are at the determination of the board. There's a whole slew of languages to choose from. It'll just auto-update the general plan, auto-update the zoning in a click.
Nice.
I didn't know if there were any specific ones you were looking at per hard copy.
What about the color? For people who are colorblind, there are certain constraints. If you're looking at the graphics.
I mean, we do address that, and that's where I brought up. I mean, part of it is for reproducing purposes, but for ADA purposes, we do look at different color combinations that are best viewed on the full spectrum.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then my second question, will you be providing training to Trinity County Planning and IT staff as how to maintain your virtual platforms?
Yes. So what we partner with Encode, that is the code creator for the online publication. I've been working with Encode for 8 years now. So at the end of the process, when the code is uploaded, it's online, we provide in-person training to county staff to understand the back end, to understand how to update, archive the code, amend when needed. That who gets trained under that can be expanded to commission. It can be expanded to the board. We'll make that determination as it gets closer. As part of that process, too, communities that go through the updating of their code into the electronic publication are also provided, I want to say like after hours help too, to understand later on when necessarily I'm not there anymore and the process is over. Bella, for example, can reach out to Encode, and there's a set of allotted time that they can help walk through certain things.
Okay. And then will you be providing any flowcharts or dichotomous key style directions for individuals when they're starting the process, such as, so I want to build a house, and then they know all the steps and where they need to start, or such as, so I want to remodel my house, or
Mhm.
I want to change my zone. Will all of that be included in both hard copy and digital versions?
So that's more of that we like handouts or user guides, which are common. We do have that listed as part of our scope is to provide that. The types of user guides and the topics are still yet to be determined. I think that's completely unique to each jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
I have.
Please, go ahead.
So one of the unique aspects of our community is that many of us live directly adjacent to Forest Service land and sometimes purely surrounded, and access to our homes is only through Forest Service property. So one of my questions is when in these drop down bars or when people need to navigate different things, is there going to be any ability to cross reference to kind of the laws of the land, so to speak, in terms of I'm next to a Forest Service property and county is asking me, or CAL FIRE is asking me to clear back, so many feet in order for fire resiliency. But my house was built right next to Forest Service land. So how do I find out what I can do? Just so that people know when they come up against these regulatory requirements from the county, from a planning perspective and a zoning perspective, but then you're adjacent to another landowner that's not under county authority. So my curiosity is there going to be a way for people to maybe just be directly linked to a way to find out what that's like, what they need to do, or you need to ask the Forest Service for this or what have you? Because I think that there's I'm picturing a property in my district that is a literally like a postage stamp. Like they don't even have enough room to really park their car unless they get onto Forest Service property. But insurance requires that they clear back so many feet, and I do know that that is a question for a lot of folks. So it would be cool if there was a way to say other agencies that you may need to work with if your property is adjacent to Forest Service land or BLM land or whatever, and just have a drop down link for them to be able to find out how to find that information. I don't know if that's something that is normal or not normal, but it's a reality for us.
Right. And that's why I think some of the other resources are unique to the community or jurisdiction you're working in. I think that there is the ability to include some of those, but there will be a limit to a point. Cross-referencing to an outside agency page, it's a little risky because those pages change constantly. What we don't want is to break a link. So we'd have to think through that a little bit more, but there is the ability to add in other accompanying documents, or at least reference departments. May not necessarily be a link. We'll have to
Just say
think
go
through
here.
it.
And then there's a number of public buildings, and then even some vacation homes and some small businesses, and even some of our our hangars or different things are actually on use permit properties. And so those use permit properties have their own set of cans and can'ts do when they're on a U.S. Forest Service use permit in terms of land use. And so I'm just curious to know, if we're going to have to figure out a way to marry those requirements in those particular scenarios, so that the county's not asking for or not allowing something that those use permit requirements, because the structure's owned by the person or the industry or the whatever, but it's sitting on use permit land. So it gets kind of wonky sometimes. And I'm just curious, we need to think about that a little bit, I think.
Now, when a project comes in and it's on that use permit land, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming if that project would then be reviewed by that agency, and at that point, similar to a department review, there would be the set of conditions applied.
Yes, typically. But I just want to make sure that we don't necessarily tell someone how to do it, but we just need to make sure that people understand that there's another layer here that you need to address in order to be compliant with county code and then also with the code of whomever you are.
Right,
use for
and there's ways to do it. Actually, a perfect example of this. Both Martha and I have worked in the Tahoe Basin.
Yeah,
And Tahoe, each of the communities has their own municipal code and zoning and general plan, but they're part of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, which is a
Yes.
federal agency, which is TRPA. They have their own regulations that apply to the land, and they need to marry with the cities or the unincorporated counties that make up that region. And there's been language worked into code updates in those communities that tie those both together, mainly referring out, so not including their regulations.
right, but
makes
to
reference
refer,
that
yes.
makes reference that there are additional regulations and standards that apply to these parcels through this agency and refer it. So I think there's ways that we can work with that. I don't know if you have any other suggestions. No.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Cox?
A quick lower level question.
Sure.
You've offered up Merced County as an example to us. They have their planning commission times, meetings, agendas and minutes incorporated into this.
Mhm.
Is that just the platform they've chosen or is that going to be what our expectation will be to see as well?
That's a platform that they've chosen.
Okay.
So there's like a base level that the electronic publication comes in. And then from there, it's up to the county what they want to add and put in. Some of the items are covered in scope, some aren't. And so that's something that when we work with ENCODE towards the end, it'll be a conversation with the county.
Are there other items such as that are options to choose at the end?
So we currently have Muni Code, as you're aware, and there is an annual fee associated with that. So part of this process is we will look at what the options are going forward, what the associated cost of those are, incorporate that into an overall plan recommendation for board consideration as we bring this project to a close, in summer of 25 timeframe. This will all be part of that discussion. None of that has been fleshed out to date. With the planning commission for us is going to move to the Civic Plus platform, just like the board is. So that process and procedures and minute documentation and agenda documentation is going to be different than it is right now going forward.
Okay. So the implication is there is a menu of things that we would have the option to choose from.
There's a menu of things with associated cost with them. Yes.
Certainly. Okay.
Excited?
Yep. Thank you.
And I think what the CA is alluding to is the Muni Code is a codifier. ENCODE is also a codifier. So at that point, there'll be a discussion down the road. There's a whole host of other things that can be included with ENCODE, communities that are really pushing forward economic development per se. There's the ability to link real estate data to properties so that when you look, for example, if a business owner comes in and goes, I'd like to open up a restaurant, they can start, I want to open a restaurant. They can click restaurant, find out everywhere in the county that a restaurant is a permitted use by zone. And then it's tied to real estate data. So it shows the availability of rental spaces or the availability of purchase spaces based on the use you want in the zones you want. You can pull it all the way down. So it can take it pretty far. It just depends what each jurisdiction is looking for and at what cost.
Thank you.
Thanks for some of that clarification. I might need more. I perhaps misinterpreted that. I thought you were saying we will be using the same platform as Merced, but it was more that we'll be using a platform like Merced.
So the ENCODE platform at its base level is what Merced used.
Right.
The menu of options that Merced County selected won't necessarily be the same options that Trinity County selects.
But ENCODE is a decision made. Is that's what I'm hearing?
ENCODE as the digital code is the code platform that, at least for the zoning code, that we're looking towards using, but not necessarily from a codifying perspective.
Okay, so we'll have more discussion. I guess within that, because I did notice, I went to the Merced site, they have a chat bot. And I tried it out for a couple things. It was interesting. And so that would again come back to what Trent was saying. Well, that if we go that platform and we choose that menu item and we pay that money, then we can have all those things. Okay. Do the platforms that you're familiar with using include fillable forms online? So I have now looked at the code. I want to submit my application for a permit. Is that part of these platforms or not?
These platforms have the ability for fillable forms if that's a selected option.
Okay. And any sort of, have you seen generative AI start to be built into any of these yet?
I have not, but that's an emerging trend.
Okay, all right. Hopefully things that we can look at when we balance our checkbook with our appetite. Okay. I've heard people balance budgets. Dave, you keep trying to break the rules. Okay. Mike, please. Dave, microphone, please.
So sorry. Thank you for along with Supervisor Harris' question. Title restrictions and environmental land restrictions. If you click on a specific property, like in her example of the forest around it, can you get those, like, for instance, where the old Douglas City Mill was, there's a title restriction because of the environmental problems that were there. But when it goes for rezoning, et cetera, if those aren't on there, like this that happened the last time, you had to really go into massive research to find it. So the owner who goes to buy a piece of property that wants to do something can know instantly, I got a title restriction and I've got an environmental land restriction. Is that searchable that way as well, or too much money?
Getting down into the weeds, I mean, that sometimes deals with like real estate transactions and titles that are tied to properties. That's not necessarily wouldn't necessarily be listed here. This is trying to mainly stick to zoning regulations at that level.
Okay.
Really quick though, our last Douglas City Community Plan had all that written into it. So, like each commercial property and the restrictions that were associated with the old mining claims, et cetera. So I just wonder if that's still going to be, and it would be searchable that way.
I think that's something that would have to be discussed with county staff on an approach.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's move to the next section.
Okay, we're moving into state and federal law and key issues. So cities and counties have really relatively broad discretion in the regulation of land uses and development. There are, however, some exceptions to this where the state and federal government or laws preempt or basically in some cases tell us what we need to do and or what we can and cannot do. And some of the things are very broad, starting with, even as Brent mentioned in the beginning, what gives counties their ability to regulate land use, being the police power in which you can apply these regulations as long as they're furthering public health, safety, and welfare. So very broad into very specific, where there's very specific things that jurisdictions either have to allow or cannot allow. So we're not going to go into every single kind of one of those. It'd be here a very, very long time. But I think the first takeaway we want to give is that know that this is the world that we operate in, and we're constantly paying attention to that framework and changes to legislation and laws. And throughout the process, we're always, kind of working that in, and you will hear us sometimes saying, well, this is because in order to be consistent with state and federal law, or no, sorry, we cannot make that requested change that you asked because that is, contrary to state or federal law. So, but we did want to touch on a couple of the common ones that affect zoning and that are typically part of the conversation as we go forward. And so, accessory dwelling units, wireless communications, affordable housing, and signs are kind of the four we chose. Most of these are addressed or would be covered in standards for specific uses. So you'll see those as we kind of come forward with drafting of the codes. But just to touch on some of the highlights. So one common thing is accessory dwelling units, and this is really where state law has gotten involved. And over the years, and in recognition of the need for a variety of housing types throughout the state. So it has had evolving legislation, and it's all aimed at encouraging ADUs or accessory dwelling units. And it basically says that jurisdictions have to allow a certain number and a certain type of them, and it limits what jurisdictions can regulate. So that has There's certain restrictions on what parking you can require, what kind of setbacks that can be required. You are not able to allow subjective standards. So for ADUs is not something where you could say, oh, it needs to be nicely designed. You know, you really have to have those objective standards to apply to it. The changing legislation has tapered off a bit. For a while, it was kind of changing every year, and we're constantly kind of behind ourselves trying to update things. So that's tapered off a bit, but we will always be relooking at your ADU provisions and making sure that they're consistent with the most recent version. Wireless communication facilities do have some protections afforded to them, and that's really in recognition of the need to balance what some jurisdictions were having of a desire to very limit these a lot, and then balance that with the need for a complete wireless telecommunication network. So there's kind of these two competing factors that primarily the federal government got involved. And so there's some limitations on what you can regulate with these. You probably know jurisdictions cannot regulate them by radio frequency standards as long as they meet federal limitations or federal standards. There's certain processing requirements, mainly streamlining requirements for certain facilities, such as small cell facilities or facilities that are co-located on an existing facility or tower. But then there's other areas where you do have the ability to apply standards, require permits, require review, and that's more for the new towers and standalone towers and things like that. So as we go through your telecommunications provisions, we'll be, working within that balance of what you're kind of allowed to regulate, and then what the federal government has said you need to allow. There's a number of different laws and a lot of recent legislation by the state aimed at the housing shortage. And I know you're updating the housing element. And so this is a big discussion as part of that. And as part of that, you'll see a lot of these coming through. You'll probably have some implementation items that come out of that to say, update your zoning ordinance to handle this type of housing in a certain way. So we'll be dealing with that. But one big thing that comes out is your density bonus provision. So the state does have a state density bonus for affordable housing that's in place. And that also has changed over the years. So again, this is another one that we're going to make sure that you're up with the most current provisions for that. And that's really a bonus program that gives additional residential density for affordable housing, and also allows the developers to get certain concessions or ask for waivers from standards that are in place, as long as they're providing a certain level of affordable housing. So they can ask for a waiver to maybe a height standard or a parking standard, things like that. And that's really all aimed at getting affordable housing. And then there's other requirements or needs for jurisdictions to allow for certain types of housing, including transitional housing, supportive housing, single room occupancy hotels. Again, just aimed at incentivizing, encouraging getting a variety of housing types throughout the state. And again, you'll have more involved conversations through your housing element on what that involves. One of the commonalities that comes through a lot of these provisions is two things: objective development standards and streamlined processing. And it's really aimed at, multifamily housing, affordable housing. It's fine to put standards in, but you need to be clear and you need to tell people upfront what the expectations are. And then if they meet those expectations, they should be approved through a streamlined process. Those are kind of the common elements that the state has put through those legislations. And then finally, signs, and there's more detail later in the presentation, so I won't go into that. But I do want to just kind of tee that up, that the sign for signs, this is really rooted in protection of free speech. in the US Constitution, where sign ordinances really need to be content neutral, where the focus is on time, place, and manner rather than message. So you can absolutely regulate things such as neon lights and lighted signs, but really the messaging and what the sign exactly says is where you need to be real careful. And again, that's in the protection of free speech regulations. So I'll let Brent get further into sign regulations as he goes further in the presentation. There's a whole slew of other recent legislative changes, and I don't want to go into all the details and nuances of them. If there's any particular questions, we can answer those. But you may see some things come forward like low barrier navigation centers. And you say, what? Why are we, what is that? Why do we have that? Why do we even care? And well, again, that's because state laws are telling us we need to address those. So there's some things that might come up where you think, oh, that's a little weird. And we'll say, well, it's in order to be consistent with state and federal law. But we'll always be having those conversations with you. So with that, any questions on that very kind of high level tee up?
Okay, thank you. In the public. Dave, you sure you're just saving it for later?
Somebody reminds me of something.
Online? Commissioners.
So are you looking at CAL FIRE and potential things that they might be saying as far as ingress and egress requirements, that there has to be 2 ways in and out, there has to be wider road widths and all that kind of stuff for wildfire preparedness?
So that is one of those things where we really work to strike a balance of making sure our codes work together and people are aware of those standards, but not duplicating them, because we know CAL FIRE is the one that may change them or ultimately implements. So sometimes, say in setback standards, we may reference fire safe regulations as well, and things like that. But yeah, we work to strike that balance again of information and awareness, but not duplicating, because that can cause complication as well.
But I mean, in our area, I mean, there might be a lot of constraints on what people can actually do with their parcels, because they also have to comply with the CAL FIRE regulations. So I'm just not sure how that gets incorporated.
And I would say so part of it, and I would bet, and I don't know exactly, working with CAL FIRE through this process and involving them, and without kind of going into specifics on each regulations, it's hard to say how something would work within. So for example, there may be some things that we know. If CAL FIRE says, well, along every property line that is in this situation has to have a 50-foot setback. And we know that each one of those properties in that situation are in one zoning district. Well, then we could match that setback for the zoning district to that requirement. But if they have a standard that applies kind of anywhere that we can't match to a set threshold for us, then that's hard to incorporate those two in together. But we can reference that, be aware of CAL FIRE requirements.
Okay, I don't think that's going to be very helpful.
Okay.
I mean, they have specific things like every 500 feet, you have to have a turnout. You have to be able to turn around an engine at the property. It has to be some sort of T-shape kind of turnaround. They specify the maximum percent slope on a driveway. So, I mean, all of that is currently in the ordinance and really does limit what people can do on their parcels.
So, and as we go through, we can handle it however. We haven't written the code yet, but typically what I would do for an access standard like that is put in that, access needs to meet CAL FIRE requirements. But I wouldn't put in my, speaking zoning code, requirements, you have to have a turnout every 500 feet, because then it becomes mine, then it becomes Bella's to implement, right? Whereas CAL FIRE, they do it how they do it, you know? So you want to put the responsibility for implementing someone to the right agency.
Okay.
All right. On the board, any questions?
Yeah, one small one on the lighting and signs. Is there any limit to how bright those could be?
You can put something in.
What is standard? Do you do it by lumens or how?
You can do light intensity, foot candle at a certain, I'd have to look at it because it's a little different than, because the light is directed out and not at the ground. So foot candle doesn't really work. We can look at some examples, but I just can't describe it off the top of my head.
And generally, is there a time frame?
For when things are lit?
Lit, yeah.
You could put one in there. I'm thinking back to ones that I've worked on. There hasn't, well, some do have where illumination turns off at a certain time, and then others will have where the lighting is limited to a certain intensity above ambient light. So it adjusts with the, you know, how dark it is outside.
Interesting. So because Trinity County and Modoc are the darkest two counties in California, and I think we would kind of like to stay that way.
And you can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay. A couple, I don't know if this fits here, so if it doesn't, we're going to cover it later, let me know. But one of the things that has come up here, because we have such limited housing and specifically say up in the North Lake area, I've heard statistics like 80% of the homes are owned by people who don't live here full time and such, is things like housing related, either limitations, restrictions, incentives, and so forth. Does that all fall into this category? And those are things that would be included in the zoning and or general plan? Or is that separate?
And your housing element, I would
Okay.
think too, would be where the main focus area of that.
Okay.
Oh.
And then one thing I mentioned at a previous meeting, but something that I got exposed to recently through CSAC, I think, was about low impact camping. And that had to do with zoning of how much of it is allowed and in what ways and so forth. That's also something that would be built into this within the zoning.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Low impact camping would be an allowable use, and then you would have a set of standards for that use. So when the use is implemented.
Okay.
Are you speaking towards like hip camp and?
Yes.
opportunities?
Right.
Yeah, I think that, thank you for bringing that up.
Sure. Yeah, my understanding, what I've asked about before, is we don't have anything specifies it, and yet I know we have a number of properties on hip camp. So it'll be good that we will be bringing that together and have a policy and a position and a code and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. We'll move on.
Okay. So for everyone here, this is the largest section and the last section before we get into our next steps. And this is where we're going to take a dive into each of the different divisions or articles, and what's included, and different methods and approaches for how we take each of those topic areas. So I like to call this the code organization. And the code organization that we're showing here is an example. I just want to preface that this is not exactly how the county will organize its code. Each jurisdiction has its own unique identifiers and principles for drafting and formatting and organizing a code. This is just one that has been implemented for several jurisdictions across the state. And this is just an example and a starting point to look at. So when we start to look at basic organizational principles, when we work with the code, you want to start typically with what's the most frequent provisions used, and those usually go first. And so the way that we like to do that is we start off by, what are the first things you use in a code? Property use, zones, allowable uses. Community member comes in, they're typically not coming in to look at the administrative and noticing procedures first. They want to know, what can I do on my property? What can't I do? And that typically comes in at the beginning of the hierarchy of a code. Then you start working down the line. Once you know what that use is, what are the permit requirements? What are the standards that implement that use? And how do I implement those standards for each of my individual properties or project? Once you know your standards, what's the permit requirements beyond what was listed in the use table? Is it a discretionary action? Is it at a staff level? Do I need to go to the planning commission? Does it require architectural review, historic review? And that's where the permit requirements and administrative procedures come in. And then lastly are the definitions, your general key terms and uses. Mind you, all of these in this order, there's cross references that are used without. I had touched on that earlier. So the basic principles are rules before exceptions, more important provisions before less important ones. That gets back to the hierarchy, the more concise nature of a code. Permanent provisions come before temporary ones. Again, group related topics together, don't have them spread out. That makes it difficult to follow, difficult to implement, and difficult for the staff to work with. And then in your technical or housekeeping provisions, usually you keep them at the end. So we've gone through a typical outline. So we have our divisions and articles. So when you implement those basic code organization principles, this is the result. You typically have your introductory provisions at the front, followed by your use provisions. So that's your zoning districts, your development standards tables as they apply to those zone districts and the parcels that fall within them. Then you have your countywide regulations, both general and specific, and I'll get into those in a bit. Then we round out with our administrative procedures. So that's what are the different permit requirements, enforcement, administration on the county level, and then last are your terms and definitions. So this starts to give you that rough outline. So introductory provisions, they typically establish the authority and the applicability of the zoning code. How does the zoning code work with other planning documents? What is the hierarchy? Which relies on which? As part of this section in your zoning code, there's also interpretation clauses and provisions for interpreting different portions of the code, whether it is similar use or whether it has to do with review authority. This is all at the upfront. So this is kind of like what we're doing here today. We're introducing the zoning code. The introductory provisions introduce the code in the more regulatory format. So there's an understanding that when you get to the use section or the development standards section, you have there's better clarity on the different provisions and how they relate. The Division 2 or Article 2, that's your zone and uses, use classifications, allowable uses by district. These are depicted, we had talked about in the tabular format, whether they're permitted by right, whether they require some staff level review or an administrative style permit. Discretionary will work its way through commission and potentially the board. This section can focus just on allowable uses. There's the ability to include more development standards, and that's the tailoring for each community about what works best. The example shown here on the screen is we've lumped more standards for specific uses and development standards in here, but those can definitely be pulled apart. So I had showed on the last slide the example of an organization into 5 divisions or 5 articles. There can be 8. They can be broken out even further. Permits can be in one section. Administrative processes can have their own section. So this is all to be determined. We haven't gotten down to that format and outline quite yet because I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation today, this is still the evaluation and research digging mode. So we have countywide regulations. These apply to every parcel regardless of zone. This includes your general site regulations, your setbacks, your height, your fencing, parking, signage, landscaping, and so forth. Those are just some of the basics, but depending on jurisdiction, there are additional unique development standards and identifiers that are included as part of a code. Then we get into the administrative and permit processes. So who's responsible for making the zoning decisions? Is it a staff level, a commission level, or a board level? And then this section establishes the procedures for reaching a conclusion on an approval of a project. And as I mentioned here, and this is just emphasized, this can be split into different sections. So in this example, it's lumped into one, but it doesn't necessarily have to be under one heading. And then we have our terms and definitions. These are typically at the end. We don't put definitions typically within the different chapters. We like to consolidate them in one location. And a rule of thumb here is that your definition should not include development standards. It's a definition, it's not a regulation. And that'll makes it harder for planning to interpret and find the specific standards needed, and as well for the public. So we're going to now walk through each of those sections a bit more and provide some greater detail, similar to the way that we have operated this meeting so far. After each of these divisions or sections, we'll have room for questions. So even this is the longest portion, we're going to break it up a bit further. So your introductory provisions, they're located at the front end, typically known as Article 1. This section includes the applicability to the general plan and other county planning documents. So it's important to understand which comes first and what implements each component. And that's part of understanding where the zoning code is applied and where it's not applied. As part of this section, it also satisfies legal requirements for how the code is implemented from the local jurisdiction all the way up through federal. This is also an area where you can echo policy direction, policy statements, and describe the different relationship between the county's regulatory processes and then also outside agencies and processes, different jurisdictions that may regulate the land differently. For example, the discussion of CAL FIRE today was a great example. That relationship can be described in the introductory provisions as well. As part of this introductory provision, it introduces the zoning designations, but then it ties back to the general plan, and this gets back to consistency between planning documents. So you have your general plan land use designation, and you have a zone that implements it. And as part of this, this section, the introductory provisions, introduces the general plan designations again, and then shows the corresponding zone that implements it in a table, and then the density requirements. So it's very clear and concise from the beginning of what your general plan designation is and how it corresponds. As part of this, it's important that that is included upfront so that an applicant or staff or commission or board is going through and evaluating uses, and you go, my zone is C. You can flip back and go, okay, what is my general plan designation? Can I still do certain uses within it? Or if you're looking to do a general plan or zone change down the line, that consistency is listed there. Also, what you'll find in this section is a review authority table. That's very important. We talked about the different commissions and different review bodies that the county has. Who reviews what? Well, what we'll do is in this section, we'll lay out who the review authority is. It says the types of permits that each review body administers, takes an action on, or recommends or approves through the process. So it's very clear from the community's perspective, if I'm applying for a use that requires a conditional use permit, who reviews it? Where can it get appealed if the action is not desirable, and so forth. Any other provisions or clauses that relate to interpretation of uses are typically found at this front end as well. It's not uncommon to repeat that. I know I said avoid repetition, but sometimes those need to be restated in other areas. But there is the ability to cross-reference in between if we don't want to do that. And so this is just an example of a code that we did, that this is a general plan zoning consistency table. So on the far left, you'll have the zoning map symbol. So that's the acronym for each of the zones, the zone name. It's allowable density. So that's the amount of dwelling acres you can have on a parcel based on parcel size. And then the corresponding general plan land use designation. So it's clear across the board what implements what in this case. Now, if you're following the general plan, there's a similar table to this that'll be located in the general plan as well, and that's for that internal consistency between documents. Okay. Questions? So think of this as Article 1. This is the first step, and we'll get into uses next.
Great. In the public? No? Online, Ashley? All right, commissioners? And board.
The DUPs and CUPs will be handled in the way you just said, separate. Could be a DUP or a CUP.
Yes.
Okay. I think the only question I have is, we're in the midst of trying to update our whole cannabis ordinances, which includes some things like which parcels can be used and what setbacks and all that kind of stuff that are, I guess, on top of our very old general plan and community plans. And this is specifically not it's certainly not going to be replacing that, but what we're doing, we'll have to then take a look and see if we update that this year, which we've committed to do, then as we finish out the general plan, community plan, zoning and so forth, that now we are still in compliance with what we're proposing. So it would be more of that. That's how we would bring that together, is hopefully we're heading the same direction that you would be guiding us, even though I know you're not directly involved in that. But at some point, we would be mashing those two together and seeing if they're aligned or not.
That is correct. And we actually, through our stakeholder interviews, we had a few stakeholders comment, well, how can we update the zoning code right now? The general plan's not complete. That's a great question. The general plan's not complete. We're working toward releasing the public review draft general plan early this summer. And at that point, the drafting of the code can start, because the policy portion and the land use direction and the vision have stopped moving. And that's where you can start to marry all of those different pieces. So you are correct.
Okay. So for now, for the people that are involved in drafting, at least, the cannabis type stuff could be looking towards what we have already adopted and what we will be adopting throughout this year, to say, well, if you're about to do this, make sure you aren't already in conflict with this level, and then we'll still have to have another run at it later. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on the process. Thank you. All right, let's move forward.
Okay. So now we'll dive into the use regulations. And this section, typically known as Division 2 or Article 2, begins to establish the land use and development standards for each of the zones that are included within the county zoning code that implement your upcoming 2050 general plan. So the base zones and the regulations, they typically consist of a few things. There's a purpose statement, similar to a general plan. Each general plan land use designation has a purpose statement and an understanding of what is that land use designation? What does it entail? What does it include? What's the vision for it? The zoning is the same thing. And as part of a zoning, as far as a zoning purpose statement, it states, typically it states what the dwelling units are allowed, what general plan designation it's implementing, what types of uses do you commonly find. So you get a flavor for what that zone's expectations are, what the intent of the zone is. From the purpose statements, we typically include your land use regulations. So that's that allowable land use table that shows all of the different uses, whether it's a P, a DUP, a CUP, prohibited, not allowed. Those are included there. And then we typically would have a set of additional standards or references if that use does indeed necessitate that. In addition, once you have your allowable use tables based on zones, we then have the development and potential design standards that are applicable to each of those zones. And I think I'll have a table here momentarily, but it goes back to a table I showed previously where it had the different development standards. I think it was under the electronic publication portion of the presentation, where it showed here's the zones, here's the minimum site area, here's the setback, here's the height. Those are development standards tied to each of those specific zone districts. So all of that information is captured into one chapter. And I would say this is the most commonly used chapter. This is where most people go to find out regulation standards. How high can my fence be? Where can my garage go? Can I have an accessory building on my property? How far from the property line? All of that would be consolidated into this section. In addition, there's the permit requirements that go along with this. So some of these uses are permitted by right at the counter. So they just require staff discretion and approval. Some of them require more discretionary action and approval by elected and appointed officials. So whether it's the planning commission makes that determination, or whether it makes its way up to the board. Each of those uses also may include other standards beyond what development standards are shown. And that's just based on the uniqueness of that use. And those are found later in the code, typically under standards for specific uses, where, for example, accessory dwelling units, they may be permitted by right, but they have a whole slew of other standards that apply, and that's in a different section. So this is just to show you that the cross-referencing between each of these articles or divisions is critical. So it's important to going back to uses to determine flexibility between uses. And I think what's important here is to ensure that all of the zoning districts have uses that are applicable to where the county wants to head. And in order to get to that point, it's going to take the evaluation and a review of all your existing uses to ensure that, one, those uses want to be carried forward. Two, they're applicable with the vision that the general plan has set forth. And then three, the permit requirements are necessary. Most codes now are leaning less discretionary and more ministerial, meaning that the codes require less review or uses require less review by the Planning Commission and the board, but in lieu of less review are very clear objective standards spelled out for that use. And what that does is it gets to what Martha was talking about. It streamlines the code, it cuts red tape. For areas that still require discretion, then those types of permits, findings, or actions are still in place. It's also important that that flexibility we had talked about, consolidation of uses or broader categories, that's to allow the change in market, the change in conditions, so that when a use comes in, it might not be listed explicitly, but it's similar in approach or similar in use to another, that can be made at a staff or a director interpretation level. And then going back to the formatting organization, it's important that all of these are laid out in an easy and concise way to review and to analyze. So that's where the tabular format comes in, of laying out all of your uses and the permit requirements. Some of this I've already stated. So when we lay out the use table with all of our different uses, it's best to organize them by topic or by category area. And some allowable use tables can get quite lengthy. There's a lot of uses, and it depends how many uses are listed, how far they're extrapolated or consolidated. So one principle that we like to do, and this is something that we'll recommend that the county takes as part of this effort, is to group uses by category type. For example, in your residential zones, you'll have an allowable use table, and we'll break the table up into category types of uses. So residential uses, whether it is an ADU, a single family home, a multifamily unit, whether it's a caretaker residence, a guest house, a second dwelling unit, if that is a permitted use on properties of certain sizes, or different types of multifamily units. They're listed there, home occupations, public, semi-public uses, fire stations, police stations, so forth, libraries, community centers. Are those allowed by right or not? All the way through agricultural transportation. Now, the important thing is in some of these areas, not all of these categories are going to be listed because they're not all applicable. Prior code practices had you use the same table in every section, and it listed every use. But why list a whole section of uses if they're going to be prohibited right out the gate? Or for example, you're not going to allow necessarily a whole slew of industrial uses in an RR zone. Why list if it's prohibited? So we try to consolidate and clean that up. And this gets back to the flexibility piece too, that we want to maintain broad categories where needed for the ability for change in times. And that's where the definitions come in. So it's not uncommon, for instance, with retail general or retail restricted, to have that as a broad use that could be permitted by right or by a conditional use permit. And then the definition will expand on what are typical retail general uses, what are typical retail restricted uses. And if there's a use that arises at the counter, then it would be up to a determination of similar use or a similar process to that, depending where we end up with the county in that decision making, to determine if that use is applicable based on other existing uses within that zone. So this on the screen here, this is just an example zone or use classification. So the difference between industrial. Not all industrial is the same, and this example breaks it up between a general and a light. And this gives you an idea of how we start to form purpose statements. per zones. So for example, light industrial establishments engaged in manufacturing, non-edible products, finished parts. And it's important that within these purpose statements, there's a clear intent of what the zone and the types of uses are anticipated to be for those zones. And the same for the industrial, because what we want to do is we don't want to have any land use or try to limit potential land use conflicts between zones or adjacent zones. So this gives you an example of the different types of zones and how we can word these in this section. So we had talked about the permit requirements and how these are listed. This is just an example of the different acronyms for permits and how these are displayed. So similar to the development standards which are broken out by zones, this would be an allowable use table. We list the uses out by land use classification topic areas. Then within each of those, they're typically alphabetized by use. And then across the board, based on zone type, we would include the permit that's required. In this case, P for permitted uses, M for a minor use permit, which is typically done at the staff level. It's between discretionary and a ministerial, and then a conditional use permit. Then those which are not allowed have an icon listed there. Most codes are formed on the basis if a list isn't listed, it's not allowed. Or some codes want to list prohibited uses and have that icon for a non-prohibited use listed. And that's something that we can work with county staff through the process. That far column on the right where it says additional regulations, as I'd mentioned previously, some of these uses necessitate additional standards. And this could be part of the process of making more ministerial uses less discretionary. So you have a set of standards which will help implement that use. That is another area in that far right column where we would have a cross-reference to other sections of the code. So if you're looking, for example, at a family daycare large, yes, it's permitted by right, but the far right column is noting, hey, there's some additional regulations you should be aware of. It may be in this section or they're listed in the table itself. And then these here are some just additional tables that give you an idea of formatting principles about how we would lay out the allowable uses, the permit requirements for these sections. Now, how these tables look in the formatting, discretion of the county. There's lots of different ways you can show this information. These are just to give you some idea of an example format. I'm not going to get too far into this table itself, but this just goes to show how you would view a land use regulation table, the different steps. This similar example on how to view and understand the processes that are shown in the Article 2 that deals with allowable uses gets down to one of the commissioner's questions of, are there going to be how-to guides to help the public understand how to work it? This is a perfect example of a handout. It could be something that's located on the digital electronic publication format that helps the public understand, hey, there's this big table. How do I use it? And how do I figure out my use and what's permitted? I've already gone through and explained how we have the zones and the different permit requirements and the subcategories. So I won't go into this too much further, but this is another example of how we can make the code more easy to use, more concise by providing these additional clarifications in the process. So I had talked on that there were other uses that require specific standards beyond those that are just applied by zone. And these are called standards for specific uses. And here's just a list of some typical uses that you would find additional standards beyond your height or your setback or your minimum parcel size. For example, accessory dwelling units have their own state standards that are at a base minimum need to be applied. Jurisdictions can have the flexibility to include additional standards where needed or if necessary. Adult-oriented businesses, those have their own standards. There's separation requirements from sensitive land uses, schools, community centers, places of public forum that are included in here. the state also has requirements as it relates to adult-oriented uses and which zones they can be allowed into and which zones you can't necessarily restrict them. The same goes for alcohol sales and so forth. So when we look at the standards for specific uses, this is typically found in what's known as Article 4 or Division 4. And this section includes all those uses that have additional regulations that take into consideration. Now, the uses that are found under this section are completely tailored to the jurisdiction you're working with. So not every use in that allowable use table that has all the permit requirements, not every use in there will have a set of its own specific uses. It's only if there are unique issues or identifiers that need to be addressed through that. Because if that use requires a conditional use permit, which is a discretionary process, then the discretionary permit is the acting the acting route for those development standards to be applied for that specific project. Typically, you'll find that these are applied to ones that are more ministerial, where they don't have that discretionary review, and that's where the standards come in and they act as that. So I want to get into, we had talked about, let's say, for example, the retail sales general, those are your general uses, retail sales restricted. There are also different uses that require extra attention. Now, this use could be modified. It's based on each community and what that community finds as an important use to have additional review or restrictions applied to it. So I've just given a list here of adult businesses. Religious land uses sometimes apply additional restrictions on where they can be placed. Mainly that's due to the volume of people that attend can cause traffic issues and other compatibility related issues. Tattoo parlors is another one. You find that as a restricted use in certain areas. Massage establishments, those are separately dealt with licensed use. Those are typically restricted, not allowed in most areas. Cannabis is also the types of different formats for production or retail. Those are typically seen as restricted uses. For Trinity County, I would say this would be, the uses listed here are most likely the common ones we would find under restricted uses. Now, the standards that go within them, still yet to be determined. We haven't gotten to that point yet. That's where the uniqueness comes in.
Okay.
Okay. Questions?
In the public.
Thank you. This is very informative. I appreciate it. A main concern is when you zone highway commercial, for instance, it's that zone is, you're capable of doing a restaurant, a gas station, open for the public use for their travel convenience, etc. But you have a lot of areas in this county that have been mined, that have had, environmental footprints put down on it that restrict things like water, sewer, or sanitary removal, etc. How do you differentiate between a regular highway commercial and one that is so restrictive that they can't put anything but maybe a storage unit on it because it cannot have a well that produces more than 2 gallons a minute, septic tanks, etc. The environment, below them are a housing area that would horribly affect their water usage, etc. So how do you differentiate between a highway commercial, which somebody could go in and buy? Hey, I'm buying highway commercial, now I can do these things with it. But all of a sudden they're halfway through the process, they've invested $500,000, and then they find out, I can't put that there because of the environmental or restrictions. How do you apply that in our general plan so that you can avoid the general planning department from having to go through all this work and thousands of hours of supervisors determinations, etc. If they could just go to the site and go, whew, I can't do that there because of those restrictions.
Well, and those are unique restrictions that aren't necessarily obviously applied to every parcel. So zoning is going to keep the zoning code is going to be at that base level standard. When you get down to other restrictions, let's say it's access to water or whether construction can occur there if there's not adequate septic available, that's going to be on subordinate departments review once a project is submitted. It really comes down to due diligence on the applicant when they submit their application to confirm before fully proceeding to make sure that that parcel from other departments can meet the requirements to actually develop and move that process forward. Including all of that in the zoning code goes beyond what zoning does. So the zoning is mainly just going to stick to what are the development standards that apply to that zone. If there are further restrictions based from public health or public works, that would be at the review period of when an application is submitted. Or if the county has a process, I know some jurisdictions before you submit an application have pre-development meetings. I'm not sure if Trinity County does that. But prior to submitting an application in some areas, an applicant can come in, meet with department heads, has the property APN or address available, and can find out those further restrictions before submitting an application so that down the road, they don't run into an issue of, oh, well, there isn't proper water hookup here. Working on the Madera County Code, which we're wrapping up right now, another rural jurisdiction. There are cross references throughout each of the zoning districts that are a friendly reminder to check with environmental health on septic and water related issues, but it doesn't necessarily get into parcel specific that this one has this issue. The onus is on the applicant to work with county staff to determine that.
Then how do you determine what zone that piece of property can be if you don't know those restrictions to begin with? For instance, you classified highway commercial, but that particular property limits it to one of those applications. The rest are restricted based on the land available. And how do you determine then how to zone specific lots and areas if you don't know that information?
Well, I think it depends if the zone is changing. So even though we're going through a zoning code, it doesn't mean that there is going to be, large swaths of rezoning occurring in the county. We're unfamiliar with at that point if that was going to occur and to what degree. What we would rely on through this evaluation and diagnosis portion, and Martha touched on this, is that we have to evaluate the current zones in any environmental issues, for example, let's say it's mining issues on the ground. What are those zones from the county staff's perspective that need extra evaluation to see if that zone that is on there now is not the correct zone for that use and whether that needs to be updated. But that's going to rely on the data that the county has for us to make that determination.
And Brent, is it fair to say, I mean, what we're talking about here in this process is how that property is zoned, what it's capable of supporting becomes, as you're saying, an issue of, well, dig deeper, because the commercial would mean, yes, I can put a storage facility there because there's no environmental impacts beyond clearing and building and so forth. But I couldn't put a car wash because then the water, but that isn't zoning. That is digging deeper on that property's feature set okay. All right. Online questions? Oh, more online, in person.
Hello, my name is Kelly Sheen. I'm the district manager of the Trinity County Resource Conservation District. We are the de facto GIS data stewards for the County of Trinity. And having worked with zoning and parcels and things of this nature quite a bit, I was curious as to whether or not you're familiar with how you've talked a lot about land use as it relates to zoning districts. There's also a land use code that is basically assigned to data at the assessor's office, and it's not entirely like there isn't a direct correlation necessarily between that land use code and the zoning districts that are assigned to specific parcels. And I'm wondering if a change to the zoning ordinance will impact or affect the land use codes that the assessor's office maintains.
It would. because you're changing so the land use, the land use assessor is looking at what's on the ground existing on the ground now. And that may not align with what the zoning designation has on the ground. The zoning designation may be commercial, but the existing use is a residential use on the property. It's a home, and the general plan may be something else. So what we like to try to do in the beginning of the project is, which we're doing now, is looking at the assessor's data, comparing it to what the zoning is to find inconsistencies, and then aligning that with where the overall direction of the general plan is going. But you are right, if a property is rezoned and redesignated, that changes the assessor's evaluation of that property.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Online, any hands? No? Okay, commissioners?
So I would really like to just make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because there's two ends of the spectrum. You've got clear objective standards and you've got flexibility. And so if I'm understanding this correctly, those tables would have the clear objective standards. And then if you aren't meeting the specific number of units or whatever in the table, then it's going to take you to your flexibility options, the minor use permit or the conditional use permit, and it's going to tell you when you use that flexibility option. Am I understanding that correctly? I mean, how can you have a clear objective standard and be flexible?
Yeah, so you can have defined areas where there is flexibility. So one area might be you're required to have 7 parking spaces, but you can ask for, or you can get a parking reduction if you provide a motorcycle parking space. And maybe, or, there can be something that's just an objective reduction in parking standards.
Who determines at what point you have that option?
You do, the county does as we go through the process. So I'll just use parking as an example. We might say, okay, is there anything that if somebody does, no matter what, they can have a reduction in required parking spaces? So that might be something that Bella can determine. Okay, so if you said, okay, if you provide 5 bicycle parking spaces, you can reduce your required parking by 10%. That's very objective. So that gives you flexibility, but it's very objective. Bella goes 5 bicycle parking spaces. Okay, -1 automobile. But then you could also have another level. Well, maybe they can get a reduction of all their parking spaces if the planning commission finds that you're served by transit. So there's still these like criteria you need to meet, but there's wide flexibility. So that's where that balance between objective and flexible comes in. Another example of the balance between, being objective but being flexible is in the use definitions. And actually, I want to bring up a slide that Brent had before where it was talking about general industrial and light industrial. And so those described those two things as general industrial was, making things from raw products. Light industrial was manufacturing things from products that were already made, basically putting things together. So those are specific. At the same time, they're pretty general in that there's a lot of different individual manufacturing types that fit into each one of those. So you could be manufacturing, I'm blanking on things that you manufacture. Plastics, you could be manufacturing, maybe it's something biomedical. In that general industrial, there's a lot of different types of manufacturing under that. So it's broad, but it's also specific in that you're using these raw materials. Whereas light industrial, you're taking finished parts and kind of putting them, or you're taking previously prepared materials and putting them together. So you might be making candles, use something. So there's a lot that fits under there. So that light industrial category is flexible, but at the same time, there's objective criteria in that it's from previously prepared materials.
Did you get what you need out of that, Carol?
Maybe.
Now think about it a minute.
I'm thinking, okay, so again, determination of similar use. Someone comes in and they said, I want to have this flexibility. And you say, yeah, you are light industrial. How does it get recorded so that if someone comes in the future, they're not lumped into general industrial? The flexibility thing is a little concerning just in terms of how it warps and moves throughout the length of the permit review process. Because anyway, but yeah, I get it.
Okay. Amelia, did you have something?
Yeah,
No, still not.
I don't know.
Howdy. Okay, so relative to the permissions or the guidance based on who will do the permit processing review and the different steps, are there state and federal guidance as to which levels are able to prove it, such as the staff versus the planning commission versus the board? Or is this a valuable time to review who has those authorities? And is that at the full board's discretion to review through this process?
So yes and no. So legislative approvals like plan amendments, zoning amendments have to be decided on by the board with a recommendation from the planning commission. Variances and conditional use permits typically are a planning commission decision. But then within that, aside from like legislative approvals that have to go to the board, for other decisions, you can decide which level that goes to. And any of your commissions, like your architecture or historic review commissions, you can decide whether those are recommending bodies or approval bodies. So there's like both mixed in.
Thank you.
Any other from the commission? No? Okay. Supervisors?
Yes. So maybe a small education, adult-oriented businesses, some examples, I guess.
Strip clubs?
Okay, yeah.
I don't know what those, no.
Right, I was thinking the same, but I thought, well, there might be other things. So you mentioned typical businesses, Brent.
Get your mic.
Do you see the word typical being stretched too far? It seems like a word that's open for debate, we'll say.
I would say typical in what context?
Oh, I think you said typical businesses that are in the area or typical, zoning, things like that.
I think the typical is really determined where the county wants to head.
Okay.
Typical is different to different jurisdictions. This is just mainly providing a range or broad sense of examples. So you would typically find these uses listed here, but it's up to each unique jurisdiction to determine if that is actually the use that you want to have restricted or not.
Understandable. So in one of the special restricted use zones, how did cannabis get lumped in with that graph you had there with alcohol? And I don't know if you can go back to that graph, but somehow it was on the bottom. Cannabis was grouped in with a bunch of restrictive uses.
Right, because cannabis is typically seen as a use that is a restricted use. It has a whole set of additional development standards that are applied to it, similar to adult-oriented has restrictions and separation from sensitive land uses. Typically, cannabis uses have a similar stance. You'll find that there are specific, you brought this, I think, believe up earlier, there's specific setback uses which are different. So it's considered a restricted use. It has a whole set of different development standards that are applied, not countywide. They're only applied to that use in general.
And to clarify from what Supervisor Gogan is asking, these are just examples of
These
what
are
you said
just-
could be.
These are
It's
just
up to the
examples.
county.
Yes,
Okay.
this is not saying just to clarify, the list that is here is not the identical list that is moving forward as part of this update. This is just an example of the types of restricted uses that we see categorized.
Thank you.
I wanted to make sure that, certain topics were not left out of the discussion either.
So on some of the commercial highway, we'll say zoning that goes in there, whether it's general industrial, light industrial, say the business that comes in does not use much or any water. Is there the option of bringing in water for hand washing, that you can, pump yourself? You don't have to have city water, we'll say. And then the next question I would have is, if you are not having customers come to this commercial property, just employees, is it okay to use like a porta potty or three, or a porta potty with a hand station? Is that a good enough use in those two, general industrial and light industrial? Just if it was employees only. I know if it was the public, you'd have to take another step.
So I would say that goes beyond zoning. That's getting down to specific standards based on other departments that are required before development can occur or when it occurs. So it would be down to Public Works, Environmental Health. Typically, that would handle those types of standards. Zoning wouldn't specify whether a restroom is needed in the type of restroom, or whether water hookup can occur, or whether it can be trucked. That's going to be done during the review level of an application that comes in, and the standards and policies of each individual department.
Thank you.
Anything else? Supervisor Gogan, anything else?
No,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah,
I thought you were asking the
Okay.
whole board. in general. I'm sorry.
All right.
No.
All right, thanks. So a couple things I had. One, you mentioned industrial and it's specific, the general and the light, and it specifically I saw identified as non-edible. So is that because industrial only has to do with non-edible things, or that was just an example?
That's just an
Okay,
example.
right. I was good. And differentiate for me industrial versus commercial.
Well, so commercial as a group would have a number of different things underneath it. So commercial is a broad category of land uses, might have lodging, retail, food and beverage sales, office. Yeah, sorry, I'm going through it.
Whereas industrial is maybe more manufacturing oriented.
So an industrial as a use group may have, and it all depends on how you customize it, right? You might have food and beverage manufacturing as separate from industrial, and you might have R&D, and then you might have, a number of different things, warehousing and distribution you might have. So you might have these categories underneath it.
Okay, thank you. Compatibility has come up a couple times in here, and I was trying to think of that in this example as you were walking through things. So when we have, as we do in Trinity County in areas, let's say there's a parcel that based on its zoning can have commercial operations. It's next to a bunch of properties that are residential and could not have at least some forms of commercial. So help us understand how does the compatibility come into what we do with the code to address that issue?
Sure. A perfect example would be a shopping center next to the residential area. Compatibility between adjacent uses could come down to the types of separation, of physical separation, whether it is setbacks, walls, tree lines. It could come down to lighting standards, noise standards, hour of operation standards, whether storage can be outside or must be covered or indoor. So those are very regularly applied development standards that are put in to limit the impacts between quote unquote incompatible uses.
Okay.
I mean, a big one too, right now is deliveries. I mean, deliveries are, we have, for instance, like Amazon deliveries. How do you handle 24-hour a day uses like that?
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I saw a term that I wasn't familiar with, minor use permit.
Minor use permit, that again is just an example. Minor use permit or administrative use permit, or just it's a type of permit that's used. It's not necessarily utilized here.
Okay. And then the table that you had, which I thought was great, showing how you could get to different pieces of information. Do you see that as having built-in links and pop-ups? So I click on that C and it pops up and gives me a little answer, or it links to the code that I need to pay attention to?
Correct.
If it's digital. Yeah.
Correct. So in the digital publication, if that table was listed, the C or the P or the M, whatever the acronym is, you could click on that. It would either have a hovering ability where it would hover up and a box would pop up to tell you what the permit is. You could click on it, it could take you to the section. If there are any additional regulations in the right-hand column, you could click and it would take you there. If you hovered over the allowable use and you said, well, what is a personal use restricted? It would provide the definition right there on the screen.
Perfect. And I'm assuming in this world, day and age, everything's going to be responsive design, very mobile friendly.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right, any other questions? So we are on slide 91 of 138. We're going to take a 6-minute break, come back at 12:10, and then just so everybody knows, we're going to push through without a lunch break to try to wrap this up. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Every time it kicks on, it's like.
Didn't think how much I missed it.
You didn't see how frame my light. Sounds like you're back.
For those online, we're waiting just a second. We had to extend the break just a little bit for everybody to get things taken care of. Okay, we are back in session.
Okay, let's roll into development standards. We can get there. We go. So just want to touch on, there's two ways that you can view development standards. One is that this gets back to the compatibility discussion, that development standards will not always be compatible. There'll always be issues. They need to be separated. There can be no mix. Industrial is industrial, residential is residential, commercial is commercial. There is no way that those uses will ever be compatible to some degree. That's one view of how you view land uses and the associated development standards. The other view is they can be compatible, a mix of uses, if they have the proper standards in place and they're properly designed from a site perspective. So there's two different philosophies in the development standards. And that is how, when we're starting to evaluate the code, we'll need to balance those two on how we approach land uses and how we approach development standard creation. And that kind of leads into the different types of development standards that you typically find as part of the zoning code. So I've listed 4 different ones here. We'll dive into them a little bit more, but they are zone-driven standards. These apply to just a single zone. And that's typically in that development standard table that we showed, where at the minimum parcel size, setback, and height. Those only apply to that zone in that column. Performance standards, these are standards that establish thresholds to mitigate any potential impacts, noise, lighting, hazardous waste. Those are typically performance standard driven thresholds where you have to measure any impact that arises from it, and then the different standards drive it from there. General standards, these apply regardless of zone, so countywide, fences, signs, parking, et cetera, and then zone specific, not zone specific, but use driven standards. And these were some of the ones that we touched on: density bonus, affordable housing, adult oriented businesses. Those are specific standards applied to specific uses. So some typical zone standards that we see are the density, the setbacks, lot coverage, and then when we get into lot size and height limits, these are clearly objective. If the height limit is 35 feet, there's no gray area. It is 35 feet. Now, the only time that height limit ever comes into question or changes is if there's a variance that's applied for to change the height, or through state law. Martha touched on the density bonus provisions, if there's a concession. But that is on a minimal use basis. So pretty much those are objective. They're only applied to the specific zone that you're looking at or you're located within. This differs from the general standards that are applied countywide. So those are just some more examples And then associated graphics, I talked about the graphic illustrations to replace text so it's more user-friendly. These get into height measurements and exceptions. This is particularly important, and I can say without a doubt will be applied here. Slopes. Different properties have different slopes. How do you determine the height of a structure when you're on a certain percent grade? We'll have to determine that, look at what the county has now, make sure that's still applicable. If it needs tweaking, modify it at that point. Any encroachments or setbacks, whether that's for public utilities or facilities, or that's a separation of uses, that'll be included in this part too. When you also look at encroachment and setbacks, it's pieces of structures that encroach into that. Eaves, porches, decks, stoops, fireplaces, all of those standards will be incorporated into this section, which is your general development standards. Looking at fences and walls, the typical heights that are allowed that don't require a building permit, and then heights over that do. Again, once, let's say your allowable height is up to 6 feet, but a project comes in and wants to go 7, that'll need to go to the building department. Again, that's something under another jurisdiction, department jurisdiction that they'll have to apply the standards to. And then if there's additional permitting that's required at that point, that comes into play. Another standard, which is pretty clear, no pun intended, are the clear sight visibility triangles. This is at intersections, typically, or driveway or access points. What you don't want to see are objects that would obscure vision for not only motorists, but the view of pedestrians. That's another standard that's applied everywhere. It's not just applicable to one zone. All parcels have to comply with that sort of standard. We usually include that here. Sometimes that is not always in the zoning code. Sometimes it's in other portions of municipal code, but those are things that we can tease out and locate. And if it's desired to be moved, we can. Other general standards, I had touched on it: landscaping, parking, signs, communities that have sections that pertain to swimming pools. Swimming pool is not a use, it's just an item on your property, but it has specific standards for the distance from property lines, the distance from your house, the fencing requirements, distance from electrical, you don't want to get it near that. So those are all the different types of standards that we'll find in this area. Also sustainable design, there are communities that do sustainable design efforts, whether that is rain tanks for water, so forth, not solar. Solar has its own state and federal requirements that'll be updated through this, but really this applies to all parcels, regardless of the zone you're in, is where these standards come into play. So we had touched on sign standards, and Martha had touched on content neutrality. Typically, when we also look at revising a sign ordinance or sign regulations, we want to make sure that there's a clear purpose statement for the signs. There's clear understanding of the types of signs that are allowed. There are many types, if you're not familiar: wall signs, channel letters, freestanding, pylon. Do you uplight signs? Is it downlighting on signs? Is it internally lit or illuminated? Do you not allow illumination of signs? Those are all the things that we're going to get into. And it depends how far the county's expectations of the sign ordinance goes. It's also important too that we outline the prohibited signs. There are certain signs that are prohibited. Basically, this usually gets into signage that affects the public safety and welfare of a community. So imitation of certain signs, if you have signs that imitate emergency signs, signs that imitate federal signs or state signage, that's an issue. And that's something that could be raised in this section. But it's also similar with the uses. You want to make sure that your sign ordinance, even though it's objective, there is some flexibility because sign standards change over time. And the type of technology that's used in sign ordinances changes. So we want to make sure that we still allow that flexibility to be included. Sign ordinances touch on the use of billboards or off-premise signs, non-conforming signage that comes into play. Also maintenance requirements. So signs that are falling apart, there could be standards for maintenance and removal. And that's all part of a non-conforming sign or one that's not meeting the standards. Or if a sign is modified, what is the sunset date that sign needs to be brought up to, current code or removed, and so forth. So I would say the biggest takeaway from sign regulations, and this is getting back to the free speech discussion, You cannot regulate the content or the messaging on the sign. You can regulate how the sign is built, where it's located, the types of materials, but the message that's on it, you can't. And so it's important from a legal perspective, and county council will definitely weigh in on this. Any legal review, we just want to make sure that your sign ordinance meets this at a base minimum. Having reviewed your sign ordinance already, there are some areas that definitely need some cleaning up and updating and need further clarification on. And I think what we can do is we can work through that as the process moves forward. There's also the ability to understand that sign regulations can change by area. For instance, the historic district may have different sign regulations applied to it, and we can investigate those different avenues as we move forward. So getting back to the content neutrality, I just want to really hammer this home. It's a First Amendment right. We're going to leave that part protected, but the way that the sign is composed, or the way that it's built, or the way that it's centered on a wall is all up for free game. Again, this ties back to case law. Reed versus Gilbert is one of the biggest cases that has to do with signage and the messaging and content. I'm not going to go through this entire piece, but valuable here is this gives the context for why that is in place and why we move forward with these regulations, and what we'll do to make sure that your sign ordinance is legally adequate moving forward. So there's no gray area for your staff to review, or if it makes it up to the commission or board. I love this picture because in the end, you want a sign ordinance that provides clear and concise signage that is not overdone. And we always try to avoid this. And this is something we'll look at here, is where is signage appropriate? How much signage is appropriate? And we don't end up with, certain areas of the county doing oversigned, I'll say.
That's fantastic.
People right there.
So other general development standards that are included, landscaping. Yes, landscaping is important. I will put a big asterisk on this, that in rural counties, landscaping standards, quote unquote, typical landscape standards are not as common as in urban areas. I do bring this up because the state does have water requirements, water efficient landscaping ordinance requirements that we'll have to capture in certain areas of the code. But this is just an example of typical standards you find in a zoning code, not saying that what's listed here is going to be applied through this effort. It's just giving you an idea. Parking standards. We'll evaluate your current parking standards, talk with county staff and stakeholders. We've already heard feedback on this already of whether parking is adequate, whether it needs to be revised. As part of the evaluation of parking, we do look at the ratios that are required for uses, modify that if needed. There could be new uses that are added that we need to add parking standards to. And we'll revisit how parking is laid out on properties. Where can it be located? Does it have to be shielded from view? What is the percentage of parking that has to meet ADA requirements? What is the percentage of parking that has to meet other state requirements with electrification? So there's other state mandates that come in that we'll need to reflect in this section. We'll also look at other potential avenues for provisions for the county's consideration, whether the county allows unbundled parking or shared parking requirements. What you will find sometimes in commercial centers is that certain stores or retail establishments have hours of operation which run, let's say, 8 to 5, and then the parking lot's empty. If they're an adjacent use that could also use that parking lot during those off hours for parking, to offset their parking requirements. So there's different ways that we can evaluate parking moving forward to make sure that it meets the expectations of the community. And I think it's also another big point too is looking at how parking is evaluated from the aspect of, is it a minimum parking requirement or is it a maximum parking requirement? Communities that are looking to cut down on parking will have a maximum, so you can't go above X amount of parking spaces per, where a minimum leaves the door open. And that's gonna come down to the philosophy that the county has in relation to parking and what you would like to see in certain areas. But we'll definitely visit that down the road when we start drafting the code. These are other parking standard requirements. I don't anticipate seeing stacking vehicles in Trinity County, but just an example of what we see elsewhere. The parking problem is not that bad, but there are CalGreen requirements that have to be included: electric vehicle parking, ratios, ADA parking. Parking is just not for vehicles. Parking includes bicycle parking and other modes, scooters, all kinds of things. And it also includes loading area requirements for buildings for deliveries. It's not uncommon to see zoning standards that now address in more urban areas or suburban areas, address Lyft or Uber parking and loading zones. Where do those cars go when they pull up? Delivery parking. So we can touch on some of these things. Again, not all applicable to Trinity County, just an example of where codes head. And then I'd mentioned performance standards. So these are standards that aim to mitigate any impacts from specific uses. Light, noise, odor, those are big ones. You will find those in every single code. This will be a big topic, I think, as it relates to uses in the county. And we'll be able to go through this in more detail than what we can here, just providing an example of types of instances where you would typically find a performance standard to mitigate impact. Okay. We had talked about streamlining earlier, and the streamlining of residential development, which is a push by the state. The housing element is definitely going to echo this as we move forward with it. And that's where objective design and development standards come into play. So I'm going to walk through this section, which this is mainly tied to multifamily housing and affordable housing. And this is meant to clear the red tape, remove discretionary action for multifamily affordable housing so that housing can be built. And it's an initiative pushed by the state, and that's through the form of objective standards. So what are objective standards? Well, they're objective. There's no gray area. There's no interpretation. They're black and white, straightforward. Think of an objective standard, and zoning height's the perfect example. If it's 35 feet, it's 35 feet. That's what it is. And part of this, the state is looking to have jurisdictions implement objective design and development standards to ministerially approve by right housing through, so it doesn't have to go through a discretionary action. The driving issue behind all this is partially a housing crisis. So the cost of housing in California, the cost to build housing in California is through the roof. And so by any means possible, the state is trying to clear the road so that housing doesn't get held up and it can get built in an expedited fashion in communities. Not necessarily saying that the cost of construction will go down, but at least the permitting factor goes away. So I always get asked this question, well, that's great, but what are the benefits? Why? Well, it provides more clarity for residential development. If a developer knows that they can come in to a community and develop something that meets the expectations of the community, their set of objective standards, and it gets approved by right ministerially, they're more apt to developing rather than knowing there may be roadblocks and hangups, because that's a cost and efficiency issue. It provides more clarity and certainty for project approval. It's a by right. It's not going to get held up through a discretionary process, which then stalls and eventually can potentially kill a project. But I think the last one's more important because the objective standards provide clarity for your constituents, people who live here. If there's an understanding of what each project has to hit in order to be by right and built, there's no surprise when a project goes in. It'll look like X, it'll be X tall or no taller than that. It'll include open space, it'll have ample parking. It's part of the unknown that I think stokes the fear sometimes. And when this information is included, it's upfront and you can see it, it's a bit more tolerable. So there's different ways that you can address objective standards. We'll be doing this through the zoning code process. First, you have to have housing be by right. The state's going to mandate that. So if it's a zone that allows multifamily housing is allowed by right. You cannot apply a discretionary action to it. It is permitted by right in that zone. Same for single family residential. For example, in an RR, single-family residential needs to be by right. Typically, when we're pulling together objective standards, we like to start looking at past practices that each jurisdiction has done before. So how has the county in the past regulated housing? Were there any unique standards applied to housing that we should be aware of? Any guidelines that the county has? Because for objective standards, you cannot evaluate a project against guidelines. Guidelines are subjective. They're just suggestions. They're not standards. So sometimes if there are guidelines that are regularly used for project evaluation and they're applicable, our recommendation to the jurisdiction is to actually convert those design guidelines into actual standards so they become objective. They're not subjective anymore. That's a very common starting point for looking at objective standards in a community that has guidelines that have been used widely of making them shalls and not shoulds, technically. Also, look at conditions of approval. What has been approved recently or what's been approved regularly, and where can we now apply those? Because if something is a constant condition of approval, it means that there's something broken, there's something missing typically. And if that's a regular occurrence, in most cases, it should be codified if it's being used regularly. So I just want to give I talk about objective design and objective development standards. So objective development standards, the county has, that's in your zoning right now. That's your height, that's your setback, that's your landscaping requirements. You shall have 1 tree in your front yard at 15 gallons. That is objective. That's an objective development standard. What this starts to get more into is objective design, which starts to focus on just this list in front of you. The use of massing on a structure, the use of fenestration, which is placement in doors and windows, roof lines, and so forth. So as part of this effort, we'll be working with the county staff to determine what is the tolerable threshold that the county wants to regulate design for by right housing going in. How far does the county want to take it? And that just varies by jurisdiction. We just need to make sure that it's objective. Some communities like to take it very far to the point of regulating the type of outside lamp and the type of stucco that can go on a building. Others are more worried about site placement of a structure on a site. Don't, have it be front loading toward the street, or projects, multifamily projects by right need to include private common spaces for residents. These just are some examples. So getting into design, and this is what we hope to not have. I always like to show an example of a building that doesn't really have any great design objectives to it. The building here, very little articulation, blank walls, not the best looking building. You can change that through objective standards. So a community can have objective standards of your expectations of what development should look like here, and we can draft standards that meet that. I'm going to preface this, the next picture is not a Trinity County, obviously, example, but it's just an example of where you can actually play with design on a building. So what I pointed out here is there is articulation in this building. There is attention to detail on different materials on the exterior. There are common spaces in this building. There's street activation in this building, meaning that the portion of the building that fronts the street provides, access to retail or units or creates life on the street. Those are things that objective standards can regulate. And if those are things that are important to the county, if developments come in and you want to say, hey, for Trinity County, we really think it's important that the buildings face the street, or that the buildings provide amenities for residents that live there, or the buildings have a certain roof line which matches other roof lines in the community, we can design draft standards that meet those design criteria. Now, this does not mean that if a project comes in and reads your objective standards, that they can get a by right use and they meet all of your standards, they can get built. Doesn't mean that somebody can't vary from that. And this is where the discretionary process comes back into play. So a developer might come in and want to build a project in Weaverville, looks at the objective standards and goes, those are great, but I have something different in mind. They can propose something different, but the default is back to the discretionary process. So it's not streamlined because the county has provided a streamlined effort. And if that's not the effort, the stance you want to take and you want to provide something different, it'll go through discretionary review, which will make its way up to the planning commission, usually through a use permit. And at that point, conditions can be placed on the project. They almost pitch a design, and planning commission and potentially the board make final decision on that project. But just to be clear, if a project does come in and meets all the objective standards, then it is a by right product. And it doesn't go to planning commission or the board. It doesn't necessarily even have noticing requirements for it either. So that's why objective standards are very important, to have clear expectations up front. And there's obvious challenges to objective standards. It does reduce decision maker direction and discretion, because projects that meet them do not come to the planning commission or board. They go right to the planning counter. Typically, planning staff in this case would have the objective standards checklist, make sure everything's done and the application submitted, and it moves to a building permit and other review by other departments. There is zero public input on projects that meet the objective standards. The public input process is the creation of the standards themselves. And that's what makes it difficult when establishing objective standards, because you want to make sure that, one, they're realistic. Objective standards are meant to streamline housing, not stall it. You want to make sure that they're acceptable to the community, that there's an understanding of what's going to come in, meets the expectations of what design or what residential housing looks like here, specific to the county. You want to make sure it's effective, and you all want to make sure it's fair at the same time. So these are some of the bigger challenges that objective standards have. I will preface, communities don't have to have objective standards in the end. But if you don't have objective standards, there is no qualifying review, and projects just can come in by right if they have the affordable component, and whatever the project comes in looking like, it gets built by what it looks like. So I always recommend that objective standards are included, that even if you want to do minimal ones, you take that approach, at least have some sort of a semblance of what you would like development to look like here. Usually communities that don't have objective standards, the city of Sacramento has zero. The city of Sacramento says, I don't care what the housing looks like, just bring it in. And that's eclectic, and that works in that environment, but it doesn't work everywhere. So at the discretion of the county, whether we include these or not, but we would recommend that.
Need some help?
Scroll. Yep. Questions?
Okay, thank you. Any in the public questions? Online? Commissioners? Amelia?
So I was just wondering how zoning versus overlays and how the clear communication is going to happen, just specifically looking at the historic districts and with some of our opt-out zones. Even with our current Trinity County parcel viewer, it's not clearly communicating that in, for instance, the Weaverville Historic District, there's an additional set of rules, or in the opt-out zones, you can't be easy or can't apply for a cannabis cultivation permit. So I'm just wondering how that's going to be incorporated into this zoning process, and how what different techniques are going to be utilized for clear communication.
Sure. So in the zoning, if we think back to the beginning of this discussion, we talked about Article 2 and it has the purpose statements for all of your zones and so forth, what's allowed. Though there would be a section that specifies the different types of overlay zones the county has, whether that is an architectural review, historic, cannabis opt-out, if that's the direction that ends up going. And it would list the intent and purpose statement for each of those overlay zones, how they interact with their base zone, because an overlay is just another zone on top. The zoning map would then show all of the zone districts and would actually show the overlay on top of all of those base zones. The GIS would then have to be updated to have a distinct, it'd have to be able to list in the GIS that there's an overlay and a base zone listed. So when a applicant comes in and wants to look up their parcel at the planning counter, planning staff would be able to search the APN. It'll say that the zone is ag with the base zone of an opt-out. And then you would be able to go back and look into the zoning code itself at the overlay zone district to denote what other standards are applied. There are ways to cross-reference throughout the code so that you don't forget that and get lost. Typically, there's a front-end section before allowable use tables that has some, defining additional information that's listed. You can even have it on the side if there were cannabis uses, just an example, cannabis uses listed in the allowable use table. The additional regulations column on that far right side can make note, see overlay opt-out zone section, and you click it. So that's typically how you start to cross-reference all of those different pieces.
Okay, so something specifically with the signage, you'd be able to say, make sure for any of the state highways that it complies with Caltrans and
Correct.
then county, and then also look at, are you within a historic district?
Correct. And we wouldn't necessarily import Caltrans standards, import all those other outside agency standards. We would refer out to them, but it would be highlighted. So you as the applicant know, hey, I have to go review these additional standards in addition to what the county has.
Okay.
Did you have more?
That's it for the moment. Thank you.
Okay. We can pop back if we need to. Oh, go ahead.
Do you have maps then of like the critical water resource overlay zones, the recreation zones, all that stuff?
There would be zoning maps associated with each of those overlay zones that it would refer out to. Those maps aren't necessarily included in the zoning, in the municipal code or in the zoning code. They'd be separate, but it would refer back out to them.
But I mean, they are currently adopted by ordinance. So like the Hayfort Critical Water Resource Overlay Zone is just a scribble on a map, a piece of paper. So you're saying that that would be added to a GIS layer, and that GIS layer would pop up for parcels within that overlay? Is okay. I've only seen the paper copy.
We need to clean it up.
And if the map has to be modified or cleaned up to reflect the formatting of all the other maps in GIS, we would do that.
Right.
Listed under the parcel viewer. So when staff opens up GIS and searches an APN, that all should be listed there. Any overlay zone that affects that parcel would be listed so that when the project goes for evaluation by staff or planning commission, you're well aware of all the standards, and the applicant would be too.
Okay, supervisors?
I do have a little bit of follow-up on that because you brought up height several times. And so the height restrictions within the airport land use zoning overlay, how do we make sure that people are aware of those? Because it might change. Depending on I don't have a zoning map in front of me to know if we have the proper zones in there, but would that be something that you would have to also have an overlay zone that people would look at? Or is that going to be, do we change the zoning so we don't allow anything that breaches that height limit in those areas?
Yeah, I mean, and I can start to answer this, and I know Martha might have some thoughts. The way that I've handled that is there's usually a footnote or a note in the development standards table where the height is mentioned. It does mention per airport land use standards, heights located in blank zone are restricted to X. Depending on how the community wants to handle it, at times we've actually pulled those standards into a development standard table for clarity, especially if they're, if the airport takes up a great example is the city of Ukiah has, the airport is right on the edge of downtown, smack dab in the middle of the city. So the airport height zones affect 60-70% of the community. So they opted to pull in the height standard table into the zoning code and codify it. Otherwise, you would reference out, and the same with the GIS. It would that zone would be listed as an applicable set of additional regulations. You want to add?
And not knowing the exact scenario for your airport, but typically, yeah, we'd have an overlay zone that you're in the airport environs or airport influence area. And the height limits are different depending on where you are in relation to the airport. So the airport land use plan has the airport, the runway zone, the landing zone, the takeoff zone, and then they just have other areas that have height limitations but wouldn't really affect you, but are mainly that they have navigation easement requirements over them. So unless the airport is like super influential over development, we tend to more have a overlay and just say you need to comply with airport land use compatibility plan. Because some of those height restrictions are so complex. They're based on like angles, it's like higher math. So it's hard to get that into a code.
If I could add, a little contextual awareness of what's going on right now in the county is that we have multiple different types of GIS layers that have been developed throughout the decades and years in different segmented projects. So really what I'm hoping from this is that those layers will be consolidated, and we've slowly pushed more layers out for public view. Really, it should all be public, but it's just a matter of resources and priorities. So I'm hoping through this, we can clean it up and have, more transparent view of GIS data to help people when they're thinking about projects.
And just to interject, I know Supervisor Cox has to run to another county commitment. Is there anything that you want to?
Well, I do have a question, and maybe it's one of those things that'll happen if it happens. And now that I've closed my notepad, my actual verbiage that you've given us isn't in front of me, but you had mentioned, that the state can come in and dictate, and I'm worried about us losing our land use right, specifically with regard to height, building height. If they come in and say, well, you're going to have, affordable housing or multifamily housing, and you're going to stack it up to this height, and we're not able to accommodate safety for that height. I mean, have you seen this happen in jurisdictions, and then you decide if you're going to push back on that?
So yes, even if, so I think maybe what you're talking about was, I was talking about in the realm of affordable housing density bonus. And if you're providing affordable housing, you can ask for concessions, and one might be, say, height. So there's limitations on what extra height that applicant could request and get. So the county doesn't lose all control. They still have to meet safety standards. It has to be related to the feasibility of providing that affordable housing. So they couldn't go in and go, well, I need to build 10 stories. And you're like, well, show me how that's necessary in order to get the 3 units of affordable housing you're providing. There has to be some relation, and it also doesn't overrule any safety requirements. So the Airport Land Use Commission would still say, no, that's in our, restricted air zone. Even the fire department might say, well, we don't have the equipment to serve over 3 stories or something like that. Yeah.
That's our example.
Yeah. So yes, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Districts now are 1 story, 20 odd feet because of lack of fire truck.
Yeah. Only Weaverville has the
Yeah.
ladder truck. So right now we only allow the higher heights in the area served by the Weaverville Fire Department.
Right. So they could ask for a height concession from like planning standards, but they still have to meet life and safety. Yeah.
Okay. A few questions here. This is maybe following up on something that Carol brought up before, but can the county impose standards for things like landscaping on federal state land that borders county individual owned land? And I'll just give you a specific example to see. Our particular property, there's BLM approaches it, and there's willows, and every year I have to go spend either a lot of money or a lot of time cutting their willows back off of my property. Is there something like in that example, and I'm just giving an example because we're surrounded by that kind of land. Can the county say you must maintain this much distance and control vegetation growing on? Can we do that?
That would be a question for your county council.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're saying, Carol, we actually have a vegetation
Management ordinance.
that does apply to all lands?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sign maintenance, you mentioned that there can be standards that say, you know, if your sign's falling apart, you're gonna have to do something by a certain time. Same for building maintenance. Example, we have a partially burned building that's been sitting there for 2 years. So we can have standards that say you must do X by X amount of time or else whatever we say.
Yes, it would come down to an enforcement issue. So if property wasn't cleaned up, but you need to have a set of standards and findings for what's determined to be
Yeah.
cleaned
Okay.
up, enforcement would kick in.
Okay, go ahead.
And sometimes more than in a zoning ordinance that's handled is in your nuisance ordinance. So it may be addressed in other portions of your county code for enforcement and nuisances.
But should we also identify if that is a concern or an objective of the counties? Should we accommodate it or account for it somehow in this work? Or are you saying you really should just do that work elsewhere?
Well, first, what I would do is look at your county code and see if you have a provision in there. And then it's really kind of a decision for the county. Do we want to address this and put it in the zoning because that's what's in front of us today, even though we might rather put it there, but this is the project we're doing, you can put it in there. Or you say, hey, maybe we do just update our nuisance code. It's kind of a decision for you. But I would first start with looking at what you have in your code currently that might address something like that.
Okay. Your sign example, I could show you a residential example that is the exact replication of that. So what you're saying is we can have standards say on a residential fence, you can have X number of signs of X size. Again, whatever they put on it, they can put on it.
Yes,
Okay.
you can limit and regulate signs and zones.
Yeah. I'll have to show you a picture of what I'm talking about. From the design standards that you're talking about, I'm guessing we have none. Is that fair? Design standards.
Objective standards for multifamily for by right.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, because I mean, you see anything and everything in Trinity County and you put up whatever you want to put up as long as it meets other kinds of codes. So we would be starting from scratch if we implemented that. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
One question, and I don't know if you've seen this, and it was the strangest thing I've seen in a while, but I get a video. And it is drones above a business, and it's dark, and it says, your business name here. And it's 50, 60, 70 drones that would say Chevron or whatever, shop here or Denny's. And it blew me away. I couldn't believe it. Have you run into that yet? Because I think that is coming.
I have not run into the drones, but you can specify that prohibited signs can't move, blink, wave. It can get into a lot of detail, and that would probably eliminate what you're discussing.
That would be good.
Or flying signs.
Yeah. Or potential in-depth pictures of other people's properties that will be, I mean, I don't know how. We need to figure out ways to maintain privacy too with those things. They can get everywhere. The concern, I think.
Okay, thank you.
So as we round this out, Martha is going to take us through our last section, which is administrative provisions and processes and definitions, and then I'll do next steps.
So the administrative provisions are provisions for administering the code, explaining who's responsible for different decisions and then what the review procedures are. And really, so ultimately, that is not what it looks or feels like. So there's typically either these sections are combined or there's two main sections, and that is permit procedures, which cover everything from application through the review, the approval, and then post-approval or post-decision procedures. And then there's administration and enforcement, which includes provisions for handling of nonconformities and how you deal with those. So really at the best, and what we hope to get through administrative or review procedures is promoting the type of development that the county wants to see by providing that clear, predictable path to approval. You know, you do what we want you to do, what's set out in the vision, and we want to make that as easy as possible. And so review procedures really should provide some certainty in what that review process is, what the requirements are going to be, some built-in flexibility so that you can meet needs of individual projects, and then offer opportunities for requests for relief. If a project meets the intent and the vision of the general plan, but doesn't always, meet the letter of the law, the standards as they are, provide an opportunity for consideration of those types of things. So there's three main types of review. The first, for planning permits or approvals, there's two main components. The first is ministerial permits or ministerial reviews. And that's really where there's no subjective judgment. So that's where it's really a check for compliance with the standards, where a planner at the counter can say, okay, you meet the parking, you meet the height, you have 3 trees, you are then approved. And that's kind of a by right approval. That planner at the counter can't say, oh yeah, you have the parking, you have all the requirements, but still no. The answer is yes, if you comply. The second group is discretionary permits, and that is where the county has some discretion to have some subjectivity towards those. And that's where things are likely going to go to the Planning Commission for decisions or conditional use permits or variances. And that is where the county can say, yeah, you check off all the boxes of the standards, but we can still ask other things of you, and we can even deny this, this request or this application. So that's where there's some discretion or judgment involved. And then the third type are those legislative approvals, and that's really adopting policies and regulations. We mentioned this earlier, the general plan update that you're going through, the zoning update. Those legislative type of approvals go to the Planning Commission for recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, who's the ultimate approval or adopting body. So here's just kind of an example of the general list of things included in administration and permit procedures. I'll give a little more detail. Typically, we like to start with identifying the roles and responsibilities of the authorities that or the roles of the authorities that have responsibilities under the zoning code. Brent mentioned those a little bit in introductory procedures. They can be one or the other places. The next is common procedures. We really like to consolidate uniform procedures that are common to a variety of permits into one place, so we're not duplicating those every time we are talking about a new review procedure. So how people apply for something, the public notice requirements, time extensions, how an appeal happens. We like to consolidate those into common procedures. And then we have the procedures for the individual reviews or permits. And generally, we organize those by level of review, from the most straightforward and common ones, which might be a zoning clearance or a zoning review, all the way to the more complex, which would be like a general plan amendment. Of course, there's options in that. Some places like to alphabetize, do different ways, but generally, that's how we like to organize them. One of the things I just want to mention that's important for discretionary approvals is the importance of findings, and what findings do. And you, I'm sure, experience this, where the Planning Commission makes a decision based on the following findings. Those are important because they provide the basis for a decision. And they always tie back first and foremost to the authority given to the county by the police power. So it's always a tying that decision to the public health, safety, and welfare you're tying it to consistency with the general plan, you're tying it to compliance with the zoning regulations, and then any other findings that apply for that specific decision. Like we talked about in the historic district, you may have some findings that are specific to the nature of that district. But those are important. They provide the basis for a decision. They provide certainty in the decision-making process. People know what your decision is going to be based on or what the review criteria is. And it's also important for lawsuits because it gives the record and the basis for your decision if that is challenged. You know, if they say, well, the county denied me because they didn't like me. Well, no, the county denied you because, and then you go back to the findings in the record. Enforcement provisions, the main takeaway I want to say to this is so the zoning provisions have enforcement provisions for enforcement of the code regulations. You really want to make sure that this works with the other enforcement provisions in your county code. Too often I see them in the zoning ordinance written kind of in a vacuum without a recognition of, oh, the county code also has things for violations and nuisances and penalties. We really want to make sure that these work together. They're not duplicative and they're not contradictory. So we just pay attention to those. And then finally, nonconformities, which is kind of one of my favorite topics, because with a new general plan and zoning code, with these amendments, you really are likely going to have nonconformities. You're really likely going to create nonconformities as much as we try not to. Things change, things happen. So it's important to establish the clear objectives for dealing with these nonconforming situations. And is the intent to be very aggressive and really kind of get correction as quickly and as we can? Or is it really kind of, let's let these things kind of as they, fade out, let them fade out? I would say previously, and a lot of codes that we look at really had the former approach to it, where it was like nonconformities were looked at as bad. We got to get rid of those. That doesn't meet current setbacks. Well, then we saw either the nonconformities never left, they have incredible staying power, or in order to invest or improve people's properties, we were really making them get rid of what kind of established the character of a neighborhood anyway, or an area anyway. And it's like, do we really care about that extra 3 foot? That setbacks has been there forever. Who cares? We're used to it and we've adapted to it. So as we move into non-conforming provisions now, we really look at what's the right balance for the community and what are the nature of your non-conformities that you're dealing with. There may be some that are really benign, that have no impacts or are even beneficial. You have an old corner store in a residential neighborhood, which really serves that neighborhood and is kind of seen as a benefit. There's uses that maybe should be replaced at some point in the future, but they're not really hurting anybody in the presence. So why not let them, naturally kind of evolve and have that natural attrition? And then you might have some uses that are really detrimental to the area, and maybe they have some impacts that are noxious on their neighbors, where you really want to take some more kind of proactive action towards that, or kind of take any opportunity you can to get them to come into conformity. So those are just some things to think about as we move forward, and then we tailor those provisions to meet your objectives. But always it's important to clearly identify, what can be done on a non-conforming property or with a non-conforming use. How much can it be maintained? Are there any improvements allowed? Can you expand that at all, or what the limitations are? Also establish the basis for correction or termination. If the use is abandoned for 6 months, can that use come back, or is it out? Or maybe you want to allow 12 months. What is that basis for when that non-conforming has to go away? And I mentioned earlier for non-conforming site features, do you want to, anytime someone comes to do an addition, do you want to clean everything up and bring everything into conforming? Or are you only concerned with that part that they're kind of messing with, or the new development? Also, one thing just to pay attention to is sometimes we talk about when things are damaged and they can be replaced. Pay attention to whether you're talking about assessed value or replacement value, because sometimes it will say, well, if the damage was more than 50% of the value, then you then you can't rebuild it, or if it's less than 50%, you can. Was that assessed value or replacement value? Two very different things. Just some of the nuances we pay attention to. And then finally, whether amortization is desired or practical. And amortization is that recognition of, you've, as a property owner or business owner of a non-conforming business or structure, have had that enough to where that value of it has amortized. So you've gotten your fair share of value out of it, and now it's time for you to remove that use or that structure. Those are, again, more of that heavy-handed, the more kind of forceful, assertive ways that are really kind of, again, that real question is that really practical or desirable for us to be doing that for any certain types of uses? And so with that, that's administrative provisions. Any questions on that?
Okay, anything in the room? Online? Commissioners? Supervisors?
No, sir. Oh, straightforward.
Next section.
All right. This one's real easy, definitions. Basically, we want to define the terms that are used throughout the code, and we want to define them in a way that is understandable and usable. And we don't want to have standards in the definitions. We want to just basically have definitions being the definition of the term, generally accepted means of words and phrases. Anything unique or like a specific requirement, those we want to have in the standards. So legal and technical input may be necessary. We do include some illustrations sometimes, typically for like lot types and lot lines and things like that. But typically definitions are pretty straightforward as long as we're cleaning up and moving all the existing standards and those into the appropriate places. And then that is, I believe, it on definitions, but my slide's not moving. Yeah.
Any questions in the room? Commissioners? Supervisors?
Nope.
Go to the next slide. Okay, so last slide. This is just looking ahead at what the next steps are for the zoning code update. So I do want to highlight that we have started the community engagement process, the stakeholder interviews, which are complete. That was the first step of engagement. Today's meeting of the joint meeting of the board and the planning commission is another step in that process. And next we have community workshops. So these are planned for Monday, July 29th, and that will be in Hayfork at the fairgrounds. And then Tuesday, July 30th, will be here in Weaverville at the Veterans Hall. Those workshops are going to be focused on the issues, opportunities, expectations, thoughts on the code from the public's perspective. The types of how the workshops will be laid out and the format is still to be determined. Really, it's the result of hearing back from the board and commission at these meetings and what we're hearing, and whether they're open mic or whether they're broken into topical areas and group discussion. But anticipate those are the two dates. Everything's set. So July 29th, July 30th. That's the first set of community workshops. Starting in the summer of this year, we will start the initial code drafting. So we have to get through the workshops, pass this seminar, the policy document of the general plan, that gets released. That's our trigger to start drafting the code sections. The code drafting will work its way through the remainder of the year and into next year, with the target date of a public review draft zoning code going out for review in spring 2025. So that's spring of next year. That aligns with the overall goal of where the general plan will be heading at that point. So in the spring of 25, we'll release the public review draft general plan. There'll be a second round of community workshops. Those two will be in Hayfork and in Weaverville. Those dates are not determined as of yet, but that'll be the rolling out of the public review draft code. In addition, there will be a series of planning commission study sessions separate and a separate board study sessions where we'll walk through the different components of the code. That's where we're going to get into the weeds on different sections that you would like to weigh in on, make recommendations, modifications, and so forth. Following spring of 25, we revised the code based off all of the community meetings, public feedback, and study sessions, and we bring back a revised public review draft that'll be in the summer of 2025. As part of that, there will be an updated zoning map that'll be done in tandem. There is the possibility that zones will be consolidated. There is the possibility of rezonings as part of this effort. So that will all occur through that zoning map process and adoption. The zoning code, the zoning map, those will be adopted in tandem with the environmental impact report and the general plan. So that will all go at once next summer. Following adoption of the zoning code is the creation of the online code. We don't want to start the online code until the zoning code is approved and stop moving. So I would say the web-based code would probably be completed in fall of next year. It takes a few months to pull that together. There's a lot of behind the scenes items that need to be worked out. So that is our next steps. So in just about a year, there'll be a new zoning code in place.
Questions from public, online? Yes.
So do you have a strategy then for essentially rezoning, reclassifying, whatever, all the unclassified parcels in the county?
That's a very good question. And I can tell you that conversation is currently occurring. No determination has been made on how the rezonings will work their way out. It was direction at the board at the beginning of this process that the unclassified zone potentially be replaced with more specific zoning districts and standards. But in order to do that, there needs to be a firm understanding of the existing uses that are on the ground today through a rezone process and to make sure that those zones are consistent with what's there. Part of that is doing an evaluation of all the unclassified land. Majority of unclassified land is federal land. A portion of it. And what we want to make sure too is that right now there is no designation for federal land in the zoning. We've had conversation with the county staff on that. So there's most likely going to be some new designations that are going to come into play as part of this. But yes, the unclassified rezoning effort is already ongoing. The discussion of how to propose that hasn't been yet decided.
Okay, I'm just thinking of all the unclassified parcels in my district. And then can I just say, I'm still confused why you're saying, well, let's crystal ball and look in the future. We're going to have ADU kind of stuff that we have to incorporate in zoning, but you're not really looking at all the things that might potentially be coming down the pike with the CAL FIRE stuff, or just the designation. Trinity County, almost all of it is the very high severity wildfire zone. So that's that's affecting our housing, the housing element and all that. People can't get insurance. They can't, sell their house, buy their house because they can't get insurance. I'm feeling like you're missing that part in the crystal balling of how we are going to accommodate all those current things. I mean, could the Board of Supervisors decide that they want to, as part of the building department, look at the CAL FIRE criteria? I mean, is that an option? Or, I mean, how are we going to deal with that train coming down the road? I just feel like we're not looking at that.
And at the end, it's at the discretion of the board and discretion of the county. If we made our recommendations on not folding in a majority of the CAL FIRE standards because the CAL FIRE standards are a separate jurisdiction. But if it's up to if the county decides that is a better implementation of those standards for consistency and transparency through processes, we can look at ways to fold those standards in.
In the ADU ones and all the other state mandated legislative ones, right? I'm just confused.
And it's not to say that we can't fold some of those in. I mean, I think it's going to be at the discretion of the board to what other standards from outside agencies are pulled in, and how we represent potentially access and building in those high fire, wildfire hazard areas that are identified.
Whole county.
As we're working through the general plan, there's an understanding that the county is completely covered in that. It's listed in the safety element, the housing element will cover that as well. And so the way that we implement that through the zoning is still to be determined. If we had all the answers for how that was going to be completed, the seminar wouldn't be worth it.
Supervisors? Only thing I wanted to ask, and then I'll wrap up on, you made a point at the beginning, is it's very important to start with the objectives. And so is that part of these community meetings that are coming up, is you will share like from stakeholders and so forth and other input you've received, here's what we have so far as objectives, now tell us what you think? I'm just trying to figure out how is the public getting to weigh in on those?
Sure. So as part of those workshops, it's important for the public to understand what we've heard from stakeholders, input we've heard from the Planning Commission and the board, so that they can weigh in on some of those expectations. I think the overall objectives are going to get teased out after the workshops.
Okay.
Because without clear expectations from the community, the objectives aren't fully complete.
Gotcha. Okay.
But there are some common themes that we heard through stakeholder interviews. There's common themes we've heard today, and those are starting to get pulled forward for consideration. And then the public will be the final say before we finalize objectives that will allow us to prepare the code.
Okay. And I think that maybe that's where I was a little uncertain, because we went from community meetings as a next step to this summer drafting initial code. But I didn't hear okay, let's validate like we did before. We confirmed the vision before you went off and worked on more. Are we having to confirm the objectives before you go off and write code this summer?
Sure. So you are correct. So there are a series of study sessions that just have not been scheduled at this point.
Okay.
And we're working with county staff to determine where those are held. There will need to be a confirmation touch point before drafting begins to make sure that what's being drafted is reflecting what the county's expectations are.
Yeah. Okay, good. I just wasn't, this is a higher level next steps than.
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right. Well, thank you very much. We knew we had a lot of content to go through, and it was great to see that there was interest from so many parties, and appreciate all your preparations for being here in person. I think that makes a big difference. And thank everyone for your support.
And then one final thing on the Trinity 2050 website, we are creating a zoning specific landing page, so as not to confuse it with the housing element, not to confuse it with the general plan. So zoning products, deliverables will all be kept there. So keep an eye out for that.
Thank you. All right. With that, we are adjourned.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.